We are on. We are on. Have a couple of things to talk about today. We'll see. Jess, you're here. All right. We've got a couple of things to do today. We're going to be playing a few games. We're going to be talking about things. Got a few things to say. If we get enough people, hello, Woody Black. Hello, hello. If we get enough people, I might return on the cam. You know? I return on the cam once we've got enough people. Or if someone calls in or something. I'm continuing to read the book about sex work in the Russian partition of the Commonwealth, and well, it is something else. There's a lot to talk about. Like, it is extremely telling. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. It is extremely telling about the anti-sex work crowd, how they're actually basically copying and rebranding the 19th century systems of basically oppressing women through fighting sex work. Of course, the 19th century took a lot of pretty horrible forms, like prison slash help centers slash re-education camps. Unironically, you know, the sex work charity of the 19th century was basically re-education centers slash prisons slash churches. You know, a complete rehaul of personality was like deemed to be the cure for the damned women, you know? And sometimes the women were just deemed not fit to return to society and they were just trapped forever. Hello. Hello, Lenitas. You know? It was a whole mess. Whenever the women tried to fight against it, when they tried to rebel, they were branded as hysterical and as unhinged, you know? Oh, okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to the challenge. Yeah, persecution and imprisonment for one's job. And it actually took two very different sort of, it went two routes, the biological route and the unfortunate victims route. And the unfortunate victims route basically said that the women were too uh, well, infantile to actually be able to decide their own fate, that they were in the hands of like people that would push them into slave work, that would, you know, take advantage of them. It was impossible for any woman to do it out of her own will, of course. And usually the main culprits would be, of course, the Jewish people, of course. And of course, since they were infantilized, demonizing them as sex workers were used as a tool of control, you know, to lock them in those monasteries slash centers for help for women. And then there they would learn to sew, to make baskets, work all day with a short break, but they would be cut off from the outside world, you know? At some point, even like the fence was blocked out that they couldn't see the outside world. Their windows were gotten rid of, you know? Their windows were gotten rid of, and they were just trapped in there. They couldn't escape. I mean, some of them did escape, but a lot of them didn't. And it was framed as treatment for the damned, you know? It was extremely, there's so much that could be told about this. How much of the anti-sex work movement has roots in oppression, in the control of women's bodies, of women's agency, how much of it is rooted in also in anti-Semitism as well. Like the doctors, um there was a special commission created by the Russian Empire to fight syphilis because soldiers sort of spread syphilis. There was a lot of syphilis among soldiers, but sex workers were the primary sort of people that were blamed for the syphilis. And they created a special unit that was supposed to help combat syphilis, and it was mainly comprised of cops and a few doctors that were in the unit were sort of an afterthought. And the unit was mainly utilized to spy on women that would live alone without a man, or women that would act loud, women that would quote unquote act suspicious and walk around the parts of town that they should not. And then they would arrest them and forcibly test them for syphilis. Isn't that crazy? And all the data indicated that it was not very successful, since out of 3,000 women, as an example, caught, about 100 would turn out with syphilis or something like that. Out of 3,000, you know, out of 14,000 women that were arrested for no reason and tested forcibly for sex spread diseases, only a couple of hundred turn out positive, which is crazy, you know? And that's because it wasn't really a system of fighting syphilis, you know? It was a system of controlling women's morality, of making sure that they would act as a woman should, you know? that she fits in certain gender norms. And that was also the case when it came to those prisons slash re-education camps, you know? The goal was not to help women find a better or safer job than sex work, you know? It was to make sure that they would fit into a certain mold of behavior that a woman of higher class should aspire to in society. And if they failed, it could be blamed on their personal faults, on their personal failings, you know? Like their complaints, it was framed as complaints about certain, well, most jobs not really paying enough for them to be able to survive were, they were seen as laziness. And also, the main sort of re education was to just have them work all day and listen to the Bible, basically, you know? A lot of it had like also this, a lot of it had really religious background of them being framed as, soiled, you know, depraved, you know? And this is why the women inside of those places were also isolated from one another, because if they talked to each other too much, they could just deprave themselves. They could deprave one another by talking to each other, and that's unforgivable. So they were separated, you know? And when they misbehaved, they were depraved of food, you know? And the author of the book says, like, that a the lady that was yeah, it was pure isolation. The lady that was in charge of such place was like, I'm so surprised that those women would rebel. um I'm so shocked that these, well, they reframed to them as children, as little lost, helpless little things, because they infantilized them. So I'm surprised that they would raise a hand at their mother that would do anything for them. And the author sort of sarcastically added that she's surprised that the mother, which was the woman that was at the top of this um, thing, of this re education camp, the author said that she was a bit surprised that the mother was so shocked, considering that the protest happened after the women were deprived of food for 3 days. You know, a little surprising that you'd be shocked that women that are deprived of food for 3 days would rebel. But yeah, there's a there's really a lot. There's really a lot, and in the helpless victim mentality, women were basically, there was a lot of like, emigration for work was seen as evil, of course, especially for women. Eating is for the weak, true. Like, it was seen as evil. And tell me if this is not familiar, but they were told that any man is a potential trafficker, any man is evil. They should never, when going somewhere, women were told that they should never talk to anyone, never ask anyone for anything, never interact with anyone, especially men, and they should not eat anything during their journey. They should not sleep because they could be sex trafficked. They should do not they should not do anything when traveling somewhere, you know? Which created was what it was supposed to create a certain image in their minds, you know? A very yeah, yeah. It was psychotic, but it was also the norm. It was also the norm, you know? Because as we know, women back then did not really have the freedom to live or do whatever they wanted. Even when a woman just wanted to get a job, in many jobs, they had to go through mandatory invasive doctor checkups, you know, when where the doctors would just take advantage of the women, you know. It was a really 19th century is a really messed up time. And of course there was this stigma against doctors who were women because it was framed that mm, the women would seduce the man or something, you know? It was really bad because would get aroused by seeing a naked man when doing checkups. But also, women who went to doctors were stigmatized as well because um, women who underwent those mandatory checkups were told that because they get naked, uh, before a doctor, they would bit by bit lose their sense of modesty, you know, which meant that they would become desynthesized, and then, they would lose their shame, which means that they would be more open to undress before a man as sex work. So any visit to a doctor was seen as the woman being pushed more and more towards sex work. You know? That was a thing as well. But not just so. Women were so ingrained with this. Hello, Dexmex. Women were so ingrained by society with this shame of getting naked before any man that they would actually not go to a doctor when they needed it out of shame. They would often wait for a long time before going to the doctor, before they would feel the shame of undressing before a man, you know? And that was created by this, you know, societal pressure that through undressing, even if it's a doctor before a man, they would lose some of their shame, some of their, purity. Isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, it could, and it did, because women would often sort of wait before going to the doctor for making any such moves. you know? It's like, it's incredible. And I'm just halfway through the book. There's a lot more. And I'm actually skipping a lot of the details, you know? I'm skipping a lot of the details. I haven't even told you about the biological theory. You know, I haven't even told you the biological part of it all. You know, the part where it was believed that women were just born with this tendency for depravity, that they had this sex appetite. That's a really interesting thing because it those people basically said, they were doctors, by the way, that men have sex drives, and the only way they can alleviate it is by, you know, having a wife or by going to a sex worker, right? And it's not their fault because they cannot control it. But women also had an uncontrolled sex drive biologically, you know? And then they could only sort of take care of that sex drive through going to sex work, you know, for doing sex work. It is a pretty good book, and I might try to get in touch with the author. The author is actually pretty young, just a little over 30. But like, it's also interesting. There was a doctor, the proponent of the biological. It is a bit. We can start the game. The interesting thing with the biological thing was there was a doctor that said women are so mistreated as sex workers. They're hated by everyone. So if a woman knowing all that would get into that line of work, it must mean that they like it. It must mean that they are biologically predisposed to like it. Isn't that the most ridiculous thing, that you've sort of, that they're just depraved, you know? And it all, the biological and not biological explanations, all at the end of the day circled back to purity, to purity, to being pure, you know? Like, there were socialists that protested against the mandatory mm, intrusive tests at the workplace, you know? And while protesting those tests was good, at the end of the day, their motivation was purity. Do you know why? They said, you must protect your women. Brothers, husbands, you must protect your women from those tests. And do you know why it all came back to purity? I will tell you why. It's because the implication was Your women that are going to work as uh, in the factories, they are being accused of the worst thing, of being sex workers, you know? They didn't protest because the tests were bad, because the tests were intrusive, okay? They were protesting because of the accusation of being a sex worker, of the accusation of being impure. Does that make sense? Right? So the protest was good, but the intention was not very good, you know? Because at the end of the day, it was about fighting off the accusation of being impure, you know? Does that make sense? What do you think? Like, there's so much in that book that is just, you know? This is the dilemma the average man is facing these days because it's not recognized the sex drive of women and they are choosing by themselves without society pressure. The average man is going, well, not just the average man, also anti-sex work, also anti like the so-called gender critical feminists are also going crazy. The sex negative ones like Lav that are anti-sex work that basically rebrand the anti-Semitic theory and just replace Jewish people with all men, you know? It's really something else, you know? It's really, really something else. You know, that's there's a lot to talk about here. Just one book that I'm reading right now. And then yeah, love is the worst. Like there's so much to talk about. I would really love to get in touch with the author because there's so much in that. There's so much packed in that book. This book actually also described many things about how in the Russian partition of the Commonwealth, how marriage worked, how divorces worked, or it was more often separation, how separation or divorce for a woman would usually mean losing any financial means, losing your children, because back then, like, people like to complain and claim that women always get custody of the children. The truth is, traditionally, women never got, custody over the children. It was always the father that got the custody over the children, which meant that when a woman decided to separate from her husband or divorce, and a divorce back then was a really complicated process, that usually meant being cut off from any finances, and also it meant being isolated from one's children, you know? So it meant a really big disruption of your life. It meant that your life was basically turned upside down, you know? And we're talking about like 1800s and very early 1900s, you know? In the 70s, if a man would down a job and keep himself clean, he would probably get something in the dating market. Nowadays, the standards are so overwhelming. Oh, maybe, you know? It was all very messed up. And of course, well, there's a lot to talk about, you know? And of course, in some European countries, of course, the Napoleon Codex was law for quite some time. And according to the Napoleon Codex, a woman was, and that is a phrasing that might, you know, alarm you a little bit. It might weird you out a little bit, but a woman was considered to be a perpetual minor according to the Napoleon Codex, you know? A perpetual minor, you know? Yeah, forever a child. That's right. And that was to basically infantilize the woman and rob them of their agency, you know? Since the woman was a perpetual minor, that meant that all the decisions, all of everything was with the men, you know? That is history that is important to know. That is a history that is important to learn about. I'm reading a lot about it right now. I want to share it with all of you, you know? I'm sharing this with all of you. Speaking of, my best friend actually sent me photos of his newborn twins. So all of you should congratulate my best friend on becoming a father of two twins. All right? Two twins. Gotta be maybe I'm gonna be a godparent or something. Who knows? What laws don't accompany the progress of social norms? Yeah, that is nice. That is really nice. Things are getting in a very good direction. My mom's getting better. Everything's going. I At some point I might just go to Vietnam and make a video log, you know? A big video log of my journey into Vietnam. Would you like that? Would you like that sort of video log? You know? Would you not like that sort of a video vlog? Let's play some Diablo. I think the game's too loud. Oh no. When the Napoleon laws made women perpetual minors, it was not the law not keeping up with social norms. In the 19th century, it was still very much the social norm for a woman to be treated as a lesser, as a person without agency, you know? It was really still very much the norm. The codex was very much part of the norm. Let's make the game quieter. Back then, it was very much still the norm. It was not like was not like that at all. You know? The game is not doing very well today. You know, I've actually managed to defeat a very strong boss yesterday. Quite a few times I thought I would be dead. It was dark times. All of the worst things happened in the 1800s. Well, and in the early 1900s, but that's beside the point. Like, nation states, the ethnic cleansings of the 20th century were the direct result of what happened in the 19th century. It was a whole mess. Fire ducky, it's true. You know? As a whole thing. How are you liking Diablo 4? You know? Oh, is that a player? Yeah, it was a player. The Hydra. It's someone else's Hydra. We're gonna go and into a dungeon or something. Oh god. I summon holy arrows. I think I'm doing better than in the beta actually. I actually believe I'm doing better than in the beta. Even though technically speaking I've got a far weaker but a far weaker, you know. I've got a far weaker gear. You know? We might be finishing Resident Evil today as well. Level up. You know? We might be doing some more discussions. I really like discussion things like the book. You know? I think it's valuable to discuss things like this. Especially since I believe that a lot of those types of demonization of sex work went over to today as part of today, you know? And even some gender critical feminists have adopted some of the really harmful views on sex work from the 19th century, which is a bizarre thing to behold. You know, they claim to be feminists, but I don't know. It's really strange, you know? Like,
I'm not ready yet.
this is why it's important to really analyze why we believe what we believe, you know? Why we engage in certain modes of thinking and what it means, you know? Because there were a lot of things that society really saw as obvious and good, but were really horrendous and awful, you know? It was just part of the normal experience back then, you know? Like,
I'm not ready yet.
and for example, I think trans related things are part of our contemporary version of that. Yeah, people did think they were doing good.
I need
And
time.
even like the most progressive people thinking was very flawed because even their thinking was like, remember, like I told you about the socialists fighting against the mandatory health checkups of women, but that is because they were not against the invasive treatments or checkups. They were against women being accused of being the worst, which was a sex worker, you know? Those things matter as well. You know, the reasons for why you think why you do, you know?
I need
Those things
time.
matter as well because at the end of the day, sex workers were thrown under the bus quite literally even by people that thought of themselves as progressive at the time, you know? It's pretty messed up if you think about it, you know?
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
It really doesn't do any of us favors to be thinking like to be trapped in this sort of,
I'm not ready yet.
you know? It really gives you perspective how many ridiculous things that we now know are horrible and ridiculous have been the subjects of debate in the past, you know? I know it really gave me some perspective. And it actually also gave me some positive outlook, you know? That things do move forward in some ways.
I need time to prepare.
That it is possible for us to get progress, you know, on things. So many things like that. That's why I also wanted to. I'm looking for an opportunity to be able to talk with Merrick, you know? To sort of connect the past and the present and maybe discuss those topics with her, you know? There's one other very interesting person that I'm looking to get a conversation with, and if that can happen, that would be very big. History is very important, you know?
I'm not ready yet.
It's important to learn how many really ridiculous topics were treated very seriously, and also how many discussions that are happening right now actually also happened in the past. That would be interesting. Fortunately, I'm having a bit of trouble setting it up. I would love to though. Maybe at some point, you know? Maybe at some point. We'll definitely make it happen.
I need time to prepare. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, we've got a 1. What do you think? Let me. This is junk. This is junk. An elixir of death evasion.
I'm not ready yet.
Elixir of death evasion. And of course, also I must read faster. There's a lot to read, and feels like I don't read enough. You know, that is a failure of mine as a. That is a big failure of mine as a President Sunday Orbiter. You know? A real proud President Sunday Orbiter would read a lot more and a lot faster. A bit ashamed of myself. You know? That's okay. I will do better. We're probably Resident Sunday watchers here, so I already promised you to do
And out of mana.
better, you know?
I need time to prepare.
True. Well, we can play them, which is sort of the equivalent. Sort of the equivalent. But it's not gonna just be Diablo today, don't worry. If people are not super into Diablo 4, don't worry. That's not the only thing that we're gonna be doing here today. There's a lot more. been caught on so many. And of course, I've been witnessing on Twitter so many wacky things, like the
I lack the needed mana.
Shark 300 discourse doesn't seem to be wanting to go away. I guess visual novels are, yeah, they are quite literally. You're right about that. You are right about that. You know, I actually did a visual novel on stream. It was about KFC, Colonel Sanders. Still, I think I've still got it. You know, still, I think I still got the KFC visual novel, which I finished on stream. Those were the times. I actually played a lot of those games on stream when I have not even spoke when I have not been speaking on stream yet, you know? My mute streams were something else, you know? Are there any of you here that knew me when I was still a mute streamer? The slur stuff, yeah. Calling
Time.
shark the slur discourse. The ridiculous discourse, you know? That stemmed from that video that we've actually covered on stream. That is the discourse. I think you know my opinion on that.
The needed mana.
You know? I think you know my opinion on that, right? This is really interesting because, yeah, I have. I have covered it. Yeah. I don't remember when, but I have covered it. Maybe it was even on the day when I. Was it on the day when I went on camera? I'm not sure. But I've definitely covered it, yeah. I've reacted to it. It was not a good video. I'll tell you that much. You know? I have to tell you, as much as Shark has a pretty wild Discord, Shark himself is, I think, one, if not the most wholesome streamers of all. Oh, okay. It might have been during that one. Like,
I need
I think
time.
Shark is the most wholesome of streamers. You know? He has extremely nice sense of humor and doesn't really do any of the edge that the other streamers do.
I'm low on precious
I'm
mana.
pretty sure he doesn't do slurs. Pretty sure he doesn't do any slurs. Like, he's just extremely wholesome, you know? And attacking Shark of all people is just a huge red flag for me, you know? like trying to frame Shark as a bad guy, like as a, you know, like as someone that wishes others harm,
I need time
you
to
know?
prepare
It's ridiculous to me. Like, yeah, he is, you know? I don't know how I compare, but he certainly has a much better sense of humor than me, that's for sure. I'm not really all that good with the snappy jokes, you know? Or maybe I am, but not nearly to the level of Shark Rio Zero, that's for sure. Yeah, probably not going to be saying the word out loud, but the accusation is just ridiculous. Maybe I should abandon trying to be funny. Maybe I should just embrace being a present Sunday orbiter and being scholarly. But that's not even accurate. President Sunday has had some really funny moments as well, especially that one time when he took Bad Panada's tweet and read it in, like, you know, in the funny voice with Kaiba from, you know, from uh, Yugi. So much about that Salbani video that bothers me. But what bothers me the most, even more than how she called Shark that slur, is their invocation of Brianna Gay just to crap on people. Yes. Yeah, that was really bad. I've had a whole talk with a friend during the fundraiser for a trans organization, you know? And we shouldn't be talking about some voices being uplifted too much. We should be uplifting more voices, you know? If we believe that there are voices that are not being uplifted enough, then it is our job to uplift them. It is not our job to say that some voices should be less uplifted, you know? We don't want to put others down. We want to uplift people, right? We want to do the job of uplifting, not of putting people down, right? You know? I personally believe there's always room for positive action to be done, you know? Yeah, lift everyone up. Like, we're a pretty strong community, we can do it together, right? Yeah, she was. But it was very important to talk about her, of course. But my point is, my point is that talking about Brianna Gay did not somehow take away from being able to talk about other people. Like, that is what we call a false dichotomy, you know? That is a false dichotomy. This thinking that talking about one person takes away from talking about the others, you know? This is basically framing it as all of us being in constant competition. And I really hope you sort of can see how ridiculous that is. You know? We're not in competition. We're here to support one another. It is our job to support one another. You know? We're not competitors. Jay, okay. Jay, okay. I will remember that. Jay. Right? We cannot view other people on our side as competition. It's extremely counterproductive. Yeah, that's right. You know? It was a strategy that was used historically to make movements weak. You know? Yeah, love and solidarity. You know? There's a lot to do. And we won't be able to do it if we treat each other as competition. You know?
And out of mana.
We got him. Yeah, that's why I said that we build a global movement. Yeah. Actually, in my mind, automatically read it as we need to, which is a very, very interesting thing that my brain sometimes does. Autocorrects. Have you ever saw something that your mind sort of auto-corrected, and then you took a second look and you saw that it was written not entirely correctly, but you sort of saw it as correct, you know? Because your mind sort of filled in the blanks and sort of corrected the sentence for you. Yeah, sometimes I don't like notice that people make mistakes because just, you know, your mind just sort of fills in the blanks, sort of expecting the sentence to have a certain structure, you know? Sort of end up not caring about the mistake. Which probably is for the best since the most important part is communicating. Okay. Our minds can play pretty weird tricks on us, that's for
I
sure.
need time to prepare
Man, I do worry about some
that. I
things.
lack the needed mana.
That's okay. Worrying is for the weak. You know? Rather than worry, we should work on doing whatever we can. You know? I found an item. Okay, we can get an ability now. Mm. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we're gonna get it to the place. Quack. Oh my gosh. Where are they going? What was that? But okay. Might switch gears soon. What do I might finish the react? We have a few reacts that we have to finish. Gotta be honest, I was pretty tired yesterday and was like the pasta person, the artist person, like
I need time.
so many drama channels that I just don't know. So many people that I have no clue about, and everything was told about them all at once. You know? It was a big mess, that video from yesterday. We might have to finish it as well. Every one of them lies. Every one of them is basically an awful person. It's a real mess.
I need time to prepare that. I'm low on precious mana.
You know?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, you won. It's made out of gold as well. Eins weak. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Oh my god. What a mess. My gosh. Are those people still making content?
I need time to prepare.
Do those people still make content? That is my big question. Are all of these people still making content? Are they still successful? Is the creepy pasta person still making? Oh no, you did mention that she dipped off the internet. You did mention that. I remember that from yesterday. You said she made a video about someone and then just dipped.
I'm not ready yet.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that? What about the rest of them? Did they dip as well? Are they still around? Do they still make content? Are they still a thing? About all the others? Critical strikes. Every one of them. Oh, it's gone. Didn't do much with it. Wasn't able to do much with it.
I need time to prepare that.
From my last look at their channel, which was like a year ago. Yes. Oh. Well, that's okay. You know? Well, I'm okay with my growth so far. You know? Even though my model of growth sort of
I need time to prepare that.
perplexes people like Chub Logic. You know? Which I still find hilarious. He went so mad about my Patreon. What would he say now? Oh? It is not so good, I'm afraid. It is not so good. It doesn't overcome the plus 12 to all stats. 14th level. You know, I think I'm doing much better than in the beta. And we're gonna do something that I have not done in a long time. I'm gonna use the town portal scroll. Beta, that's right. There have been quite a few things happening. Oh yeah, and there have been things happening with President Sunday as well. I was still hoping that President Sunday would sort of come on my stream and talk to me or something. Do you think that will happen? So that I can prove my orbiter ship? Oh, I think we can upgrade. Why is President Sunday bad? And President Sunday is good. As evidenced by the fact that I'm the orbiter or something. I cannot upgrade that. I can upgrade some other things. Oh, max. Alright. Oh, few rewards. Oh, because of some. Wait, is Hunter Avalon in charge of that panel or what's happening? Hunter Avalon, like, at on in charge of that panel? What's happening there? What's up with that? It's so bizarre. You removed him because I know President Sunday criticized him for his talk with Kevels and the handling of the whole doxing thing. Now you're correct. I read about it on President Sunday's Discord. You're correct. Hunter removed him from the panel. You're actually, yeah, you're correct. That did happen. That is a news that I am aware of. Is a news that I am keenly aware of. I am aware of the happenings in the President Sunday library. I need to after I'm an orbiter of his. I need to be on top of things. Oh my god, I forgot to link this stream on the Discords. See? Am I not being a silly person right now? I should be linking that stuff, right? How am I to grow if I'm not gonna promote my own stuff? You know? I'm gonna link it here. The orbiters. Orbiters. I mean, I'm orbiter. That's the Discord bit for the orbiters. And then I'm gonna go to my own Discord. I'm gonna add everyone without mercy. Uh, See, there are people that want to watch me, but they say that they never see. Actually, they never see You never get the notifications. Okay. Oh my gosh. Now it's like I've alerted everyone about this stream and now it just... Hello VR and 93. You sound familiar. Your name. Your white name. Which is not good. But there are people that... It went from 8 to 3 now, but there are people that say they want to watch but they never get the notification, which is strange. That's not fair. That's not good. The people that want to watch but cannot. Don't worry. Sooner or later we will purge the white names.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, almost died. This is hardcore. Totally forgot this is hardcore. If I die in real life. I don't, I just... My character gets deleted if I do. Which is similar? I don't know. Is it similar? Sort of similar. In case you're worried, Diablo 4 is not the only thing we'll be doing today. Don't worry.
Oh, Barry!
Oh my gosh, thank you, Barry. Oh, Barry. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. We have purged a white name out of existence, which is good. It's always good. Good thing.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh. Should get more Hydras at once. Oh, oh no, 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 please no.
I need time to prepare.
My gosh. So many wacky enemies. Oh. Potion. True, we should. Oh, we did the event. I don't remember this event from the beta. Oh. Power for rain. Okay, let's go. We're doing pretty well so far. Doing really good.
I need time to prepare.
Oh my gosh. Oh wait, have I done the thing? Oh my gosh, have I done the most important thing? Wait. Might have neglected the most important thing. No, I have not. Wow. I'm actually pretty proud of myself that I have not neglected the most important thing, and you can just head straight for the page. Oh, okay. Let's go. I did listen to Demon Mama's advice, and I have added the link to the page for the page for the YouTube description. You know, getting deeper into. So if you're on YouTube, head on to the page. 'Cause on the page,
I'm not ready yet.
you can use the emotes. Level up. What could be what could be more important than food and love? True. Nothing. Food and love. Not to be mistaken with love, of course. They wanted to kill me while I was leveling up my skills. Not very honest. Okay, before that, we're gonna level up. Hydra also burns enemies for additional... What the heck was that? Enemies just spawn out of nowhere. I'm in the middle of getting the skill. Okay. Hydra also burns enemies for additional 12% of its base damage dealt over 6 seconds. The critically strike Hydras gain 30% critical strike chance for 3 seconds. I might get this. Just hoping my critical strike is true.
I need time to prepare that.
Okay. Well, we have summoned all of the viewers. Summoned all of the viewers. Ready to finish this dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm ready. I'm quite ready. Finish the dungeon. What's gonna happen now? It's a boss.
I need time to prepare that.
Quite a tough boss indeed. Wait, okay, it's not a tough boss per se. The boss is just like a sponge. There's a lot of HP. Guess my damage is quite low for now. So I'm just damaging it really slow. Okay, we're about to finish the boss. Oh, wait, what? We have died. That one shot me. And I've almost defeated the boss as well. I did not expect that to one shot me. Wow. So we're gonna shift gears, okay? We're gonna shift gears. We have played this in the beta for a lot, and Diablo 4 doesn't really have anything new to the beta. So I guess we're gonna be shifting gears for now. We're gonna be doing something else for you not to be bored. So, your fallen has gotten. Thank you. Okay, it's choice time. I can find a nice video for us. I'm gonna tear it apart. What do you say? Gonna tear it apart.
Material that they're implicating in a very big claim. Don't do.
Okay, let's forget about it for now. Exit Diablo 4. Let's see. There's something interesting going on. I'm gonna pause this. Wait, we shouldn't be pausing this. Never mind. Okay, I'm ready to. Let me see. Oh, spicy liberal. Okay, let me see. Let me see if there's anything interesting for us to sink our teeth in. There's one thing that I did want to address. It's not new at this point, but I don't think it's that important that it's new. You know, I don't think that it's important. It's that important. I'm gonna be taking a look at a video about a checkered figure. Okay, let's call him a checkered figure. A figure that sort of does some good, but also does some bad. Okay? You know who I'm talking about? Do you know who I'm talking about? There's this person who he sort of does good, but you can also sort of do quite bad. Lands. Lands from the wait, the serfs. I almost said the Turks. The young Turks. Lands from the serfs. Right? You agree with me on the assessment of lands from the serfs? Lands, yeah, there's a video about lands that I want to see. There's a special lands video that I want to see. I want you to watch it with me. It's a Vosh video,
Every single thing.
as you might have just heard. This is going to be a Vosh video. Browser. I'm going to turn the browser on. We're going to make Vosh full screen. Here you go. I'm going to make Vosh full screen. Full screen. Has a really big face now. We're ready to dive in. You ready to dive in? Also, heads up, or even a trigger warning, because it sure as heck triggers me. Someone decided, and really close by as well, someone just decided to start shooting. Someone just decided that fireworks is the thing to do now. I don't know if you can hear them. You probably can. So if you can hear the fireworks, somebody just decided that right now, in this place outside of Warsaw, fireworks is the thing to do. Yeah, that's fireworks outside of my window. There were some fireworks a few moments ago. It feels like it's right outside my window too. Did someone sneak in here too? One moment. I'm back. Why would you do that? Why would you shoot fireworks right now of all days at this hour? Why would you do that? Why? I don't get it. Maybe I'm just not cool enough to understand it. It's just, I don't know. It's mad. Well, it stopped, which means oh, a moment. That means we can get into Vosh and Vosh's defense of lands. Let us hear out Vosh's case in defense of lands in the case of defending the indefensible. I mean, I guess, in my opinion, in this case, Lance is pretty defensible. But Lance's defense of Illuminati feels kind of indefensible, you know? We'll see. We'll see, right?
Every single thing that Lance said was right. And we're in an environment right now where being right has literally no connection
Oh, no.
to the effectiveness with which you push your talking points.
Tell me how the audio is.
Our boy Lance, our boy Lance. What's up?
BC 7 New York police issue call for help.
Tell me how the
Outrage
audio
continues
is.
to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. They say the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former.
You tell me how the audio is. Illuminati is Vosh's shoe. Interesting. I mean, Lance's shoe. Oh, video is way low. Alright. And we're gonna make it way loud.
Former Marine on the train.
How about
has been
now?
Ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed.
How about now?
They have planned several
How about
protests
now?
and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson.
How about that? Is it okay now? Oh, yeah. It is. You're right. You're right. It is. There we go. That one is fixed. How's the audio now? Is the audio fixed? Is the audio fixed? Hopefully it is, so we can jump into the meat of the grinder. Still low.
Impersonator who regularly
Okay, I need to like see the video. They're not going to go over it because everyone's already seen it. Otherwise, I'm not going to have any idea. And I'm looking at it.
How's it
Okay,
now?
The video starts with the choking. What
How's it
happened
now?
prior?
How's
the
it
tragic
now?
ordeal began when the 30-year-old Neely, dressed in dirty
How's it now?
sweatpants and a stained white T-shirt, nice
Is that better now?
details, barged into the
Is that better?
northbound subway car after the doors opened at the 2nd Avenue in
It
Lower.
should be better now. It's about the killing in the subway, which of course I don't think it's gonna shock you to learn that I think it was like a ridiculous thing that happened. I don't think you're gonna be shocked to learn that, right? So how's the audio?
Manhattan, just 2:30.
Should be okay now.
Neely began tossing garbage
Gosh.
around and yelling at frightened riders, prompting many to quickly retreat down the subway car.
Kill him.
He started screaming in an aggressive manner. He said he had no food, he had no drink, he was tired, and he didn't care if he went to jail. He started screaming. He took off his jacket and threw it on the ground. And then somebody put up.
Wait, isn't that a classic? Isn't it like oh, you don't hear much difference. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing that I did yesterday. I'm gonna make myself a bit quieter. Okay, I'm gonna level myself with the video, and you try turning it up on your end, okay? I think that should help. I think that should help. Also, I'm gonna tell you this. Isn't that like the classic strategy that people do? You know? That people in tough situations do? Like you sort of try to get arrested on purpose because even horrible jail, um, even horrible jail, like, oh my god, environment is preferable to not having any food at all. You know? I think that's a thing some people do to get access to food, for example, right? Act sort of cause a scene to get arrested and then get access to food, you know? Which ironically enough once again brings me to that book again about sex work, because some of the women that went to those sort of camps also sort of, I think, went for the accommodation and the food. You know? But let's leave the topic of the book for now. I think I talk about the book way too much. I should stop. I should focus on the topic and like I should just focus on the topic at hand, because I just keep returning to that book, you know? So yeah, that is a thing that people do when they're desperate and have no access to food or even things like warm shelter, right? The choking was completely unnecessary in the first place, as other people were holding the man down, and additionally, holding a choke for a minute or more, especially 3 minutes, is incredibly dangerous. Well, it was dangerous enough. The person died, right? It was dangerous enough to kill the person, right? Yeah, it was dangerous enough to kill the person. Like, was the person arrested? Or is a person that is homeless treated like not human enough to warrant a murder charge? What happened to the person that did the choking? Are they arrested? Are they in prison? Like, this description really feels like a person that was trying to get arrested to get food and shelter. Am I wrong here? Am I reading this incorrectly? That is how it reads to me. I even know of cases of people that would go to stores with bricks, you know, and break the windows of. I know people that go to stores and break the windows of stores to get arrested because apparently in some countries, prisons have dental care. Manslaughter. Okay.
Put him on a chokehold. Is that it? Did he physically aggress on anyone, or was he literally just being belligerent? Being belligerent is our God-given right. That's it. That's okay. All right. Well. All right. Okay. Fine. Okay. There. Turning desktop audio back on. Okay. Nice. All right. I thought he hit someone. Well, okay. If he hit somebody, That doesn't necessarily mean that he deserved to die, obviously.
True.
But that is definitely like a lot more than him not doing anything physical. He just like yelled.
I mean, are we in a situation now where we believe that that it's impossible to hold somebody down without choking them? Is this where we're at now? Is this where we ended up? Is it now impossible to hold somebody down without choking them to death? Is that the new status quo? Is that the new norm? I don't really like the sound of that. You know? I don't really like the sound of that. Of choking being the norm when restraining someone. And of course, all of the conservatives jumped on this. Oh my gosh. I think Matt Walsh even forgot for a few moments to attack trans people and sort of focused on this because I saw so many tweets from Matt Walsh about this, you know, defending the murder. Matt Walsh has found it in his schedule to, like, you know, has found time in his busy schedule to not attack trans people, and then you know, instead he sort of squeezed in defending murder. Someone who used to train to do MMA, yeah, there are a lot of ways to hold someone down, yeah. That is what I thought. That is what I thought. There were two other people holding him down. Plus, the person was probably malnourished, so. Was it a homeless person? You know? He did say he didn't have food, so he might have been malnourished as well, you know?
Yelled at people? Just being loud? He just threw trash? Okay.
Danced in Times Square, in the Times Square Transit Hub on Monday afternoon. He was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was
3 people. Wow.
rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean
What?
criminal. So what they're trying to say is,
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying the medical examiner determined it was a homicide, but that doesn't mean it'll be prosecuted as such. That's a normal. Okay, like, yeah, okay. From what I saw in the
Like
video,
that.
the chokehold in the ground seemed like pretty completely indefensible from
Yeah.
like any perspective. Very obviously, there's just not that much
Yeah,
to
he
say
looked
about
pretty
it.
skinny,
It's
yeah.
pretty straightforward.
It is.
Okay.
I mean,
is though the
it is pretty straightforward if you're sensible. If you're a conservative, however, or if you're like a super conservative like Matt Walsh or someone like that, then it suddenly becomes very, very complicated. It becomes a very complicated case, you know? I bet it's complicated to Tim Pool as well. I bet it's all very complicated for Tim Pool as well.
the death was ruled a homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted.
Funny how complicated those things get, huh? Oh.
As a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is
I
investigating.
mean, it was murder.
No. There are non-murder charges that could be derived from a medical ruling of a homicide, like manslaughter. No, Why is he trying to outsmart the correct sentence in the article? Okay.
I have no clue.
But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not being clear here. You could make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said. They're going to say, as a
They
part of our
did.
vigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the
They
medical...
did say hello, Butterwagon, or what name? Chokehold aside, putting your hands on a stranger and restraining them by force is potentially going to be a fight to the death. Potentially. That depends on if you know what you're doing, right? It really depends on whether or not you know what you're doing, right? You know? Well, potentially sort of implies the not always part. But mm, but yeah, you know? Like that really does depend on how many people hold someone down, how you do it. No? You know? There's a lot of factors here. You know? I mean, that is true that the person was basically trying to. I think the person was trying to get arrested to get access to food. That is what I think. I really just think he wanted to get arrested. That is my opinion. I don't know if anyone shares that opinion of mine, but that is what it is, right?
Examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism.
Property.
But
I wonder what kind of journalism he was doing at a protest over a murdered man. That
Oh, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much. Butterwagon can now use emotes, which is, I think, the best thing, you know? All right. Very nice.
led to people getting angry at him. I'm just wondering.
I'm wondering too.
let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of arguments about this one.
Too.
This is the story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once
I guess a mental health crisis is a death sentence now. True. Thank you very, very much. We all need our sake tanuki. Thank you so much. We'll always be grateful. You can now use the emotes. But yeah, yes, a mental health crisis is just like a death sentence now. Which is not a good thing, not a thing that should be.
Punched a 67-year-old woman in the face. And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die and he would hurt people, This is when the three men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there, and then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people were, I don't know if you consider her left,
The
but
left.
AOC,
Yeah,
What?
she's progressive.
she said this was a
Oh,
public
I
murder.
forgot. Totally forgot. Lance!
Yay! I'm gonna be honest, I totally forgot Lance was here as well. This was a long-winded intro, you know? I guess we all forgot Lance was here. Gotta go to bed. Good night, gigglers. Good night, giggler. Hopefully more gigglers are gonna jump in here and, you know, make things happen, you know? Where's President Sunday is on? Not on. Where is he? Yeah, we all forgot about Lance.
My boy Lance!
What is this weird setup of a pistol and a katana? What is this supposed to be? What a weird way to display a katana. It is so strange.
Sorry. What's up? I got kind of carried away by the subject here.
True.
And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder, and I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get on a train in Philadelphia, and
my
we don't
God,
hear
what?
a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these.
A woman got sexually assaulted on a train? I'm not sure I want to go to the US. I'm not really sure. The US sounds like a really dangerous place.
Activists until someone actually stops the guy.
Was Jordan Neely the guy who pushed 25 people onto the subway tracks? Damn. Tim's got a point.
I guess that is the implication. That is the implication. Oh my gosh. I mean, that is the implication that Temple has made, right? It's like, what do you call it? Shared responsibility? People share responsibility or something?
Point. I'm glad somebody put that menace down. Holy shit.
My God.
He's like the one-man criminal of all of New York City's subway system. Oh my God. Jesus.
If you go back 7
Kills
years,
Yeah.
him, right?
And also the assault, I guess. You can add in.
Kills him. He killed him.
sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense
What
of others
violence?
and the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls.
Wait, that was self-defense? Like, okay, there are two things that people in the US have a really weird attitude towards, at least from the perspective of a foreigner. The number one thing is guns. I'm not sure if you're gonna agree with me on this. And the second one is self-defense, especially the whatever it's called, castle doctrine or stand your ground laws, you know? And now we're getting into here when this choking is framed as self-defense. I'm not sure I buy it. And I'm not sure the courts buy it as well, but I mean, it is at the end of the day, it is a manslaughter charge, not a self-defense thing. I don't think it's treated as self-defense. And thank God, because treating something like this as self-defense would have pretty worrying implications for the future, you know? Imagine if people would just start killing one another on the subway and then claiming it was just self-defense. Can you imagine that? If just people were started just if it just became the norm, People just killing one another in the subway and claiming it was self-defense?
For okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed on the subway tracks.
What? I'm pretty sure. Okay, if there is video of somebody pushing another person onto the subway tracks, there would be like a lynch mob out for them if they weren't arrested. If there was a video of a person and their name was known and they
How does one person... Wait. One person pushed 25 people onto the tracks? How did he manage that in the first place? How did 25 people not realize being pushed by a single person on the tracks? How did that happen?
knew the name of somebody who had pushed somebody onto the subway tracks and the cops had not gone after them, there would be a lynch mob looking for that person. His entire life would
There are cameras on the subway. It would be impossible not to catch the perpetrator. It would be impossible. Doesn't the subway in the US have cameras?
already be ruined. He would have to flee the country. Why are we pretending? The conservatives always do that. They're like, you're sad about George Floyd's death, but nobody, where was the left when my coffee order was wrong last Sunday? What the f*** are you talking about?
Oh my God, when my
Deal with the actual...
when my coffee order was wrong last Sunday, President Sunday, all right?
conversation.
Oh my God.
That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
It's true. The left does believe that's acceptable. That is true.
True.
Never going to sit here and try and defend.
True. I'm from the left, and I think it's acceptable. True. That is true.
People pushing people on the subway tracks, that's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly, especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of, like, the guy who just got killed, isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't, in self-defense, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional? Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke you
I
out
mean,
to death?
obviously, Tim Pool thinks it was proportional. You don't even have to ask. I can answer for Tim Pool right now. Yeah, he does. You know? I can answer for Tim Pool. I can be a mind reader right now. Yes, Tim Pool thinks it is proportional. Correct. It is correct. He does think that. One moment. Am I doing this correctly?
Death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you made a big leap right there.
What's the lead?
You're ascribing intent to the Marine to kill.
Oh, I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him.
Well,
right?
you are. When you say that the choking was justified, you actually inferred the intent to cause harm to the person being choked. So you're making a leap of your own before Lance had even made his leap, okay? Temple has made his own leap by ascribing violent intent to the person that was choked, right?
Right.
No, well, hold on. Intent to kill is not relevant, okay? What matters
Yeah, it is really not relevant. The result is relevant.
is the action you take and its likelihood
Yeah.
of leading to death.
Yeah.
The kind of chokehold that he was doing, if I'm not mistaken, is one of those, like, I'm pretty sure the police are instructed to only do it for like a couple seconds or something. Like, the chokehold that he
God.
was doing was the kind where, like, they'll tap you out in MMA, like, really quickly, but he held it for like 30 seconds because it's blocking your neck.
He felt it for 3 minutes or something, no? Was it 30 seconds or was it 3 minutes?
You know? Yeah, like lethal force is lethal force, right? His throat was crushed. Yeah, like that can kill a person. So the intent isn't what matters.
Some people think that it was 15 minutes, but it was 3, right?
What
Or
matters,
something.
did you intend to do the thing that has lethal potential, right?
Right,
Like,
yeah.
if you punch someone really hard, you know, that might not, you may not want to kill them with that, but if you do anyway, Well, that's not even the case because punching someone isn't considered.
Conservatives are such cowards. They never say what they actually believe. Yeah, because they want to become, they want to keep the popular appeal. They want to, if they went too mask off, people would just scratch their heads and tune out. At least that's what I think. People would just tune out if they went fully mask off.
Like an action that has a high likelihood of lethality, but holding a choke like that for
Yeah.
a long time is. So I guess it's more like stabbing someone, but going like, oh man, it was a meme actually. I don't know, whatever, just move on.
Right.
So that's immaterial.
Well, no, but what has to be material, Tim? It has to be. Is
Are
he
you
doing
making
what
a
he's doing?
proportionality argument, or are you making?
Yes,
an
I'm asking.
intent
Well, I'm
argument?
asking you that because is
It
what
is
he
proportional.
did proportional to the threat?
Yes.
So the threat that he was going
It
to
is
do.
proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
And
Wait, it's not choking someone is not subduing someone. That's one. And second, you are ascribing intent on the person that was choked once again, okay? Temple is very happy to make leaps of his own while saying that Lance is making a leap, right? Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. I think I make perfect sense. I'm doing really well.
and end up
What
killing him,
threat?
even if that was
Yeah, what threat? See, Vosh caught it too. What was the threat? And how can you assess it?
See, now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
Also, wait. First of all, no, it's not. Wait. If you go in public and you go up to someone, so first of all, this Jordan guy, I don't think he, as far as I can tell, as far as I saw in the article, he didn't.
Temple says that Lance ascribes intent when he himself does that to the person that was choked. Once again,
say like I'm going to kill you or anything. Even if you went out in public and said like, hey, I'm going to beat your ass, that doesn't mean somebody gets to draw on you and shoot you in the head. That's not how that works.
true.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm
So-
saying I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are
right.
immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
he-
How long did he hold that chokehold on Jordan Peele?
3 minutes,
15
right?
minutes. Right. Okay. So yeah, that
15 minutes of choke. Wait, it wasn't 3. It was 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? 15 minutes? Okay. 15 minutes it is. All right. Great. A chokehold that you should be doing for a couple of seconds was done for 15 minutes. Yeah.
that is a lethal thing to do. Okay, so
Yeah.
the proportionate. So what? Yeah, that is a lethal thing to do. Yes.
Yeah.
So I am
Absolutely.
I am drawing my firearm. I am non-lethally firing at this man in the head. My intent is not to kill. Okay, right. So his actions were intentionally lethal. I don't know what else to say there.
True.
The guy on the ground while he said call
and
911.
killed him and choked him until he
you're,
died.
you're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is
You
the
are.
end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart.
Right.
Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke
absolutely.
up. Right?
If someone is
But
threatening,
we also don't know what was in the heart of the person that was being choked. Okay? We don't know. God.
other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then
yes.
would it be like an
threat to
the point of
involuntary
death.
manslaughter?
So
Is that-
see, you
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal-
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's the difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was
So the bait that Lance is taking right here is that intent is irrelevant. Like Lance should just say, "Bro, he held a chokehold for 15 minutes.
True.
What threat to Jordan?"
True. Voss should have been there to debate. I should have been there. Tim Pool should pay me, pay for my flight, pay for my accommodation. And I would have said it. I would have said, Tim Pool, the choke was for 15 minutes. Okay? If I was there live, oh, this is a pretty strange pause. But yeah. I would have said that 100%. Of course. Okay.
Peely pose that could possibly justify that, because like this wheeling, it's the Tim Pool jibber jabber. You know, you have to find the difficulty. Okay, debate is a lot like cooking. Did I say Peely? Oh, Neely. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Cooking. Do you mean that you need to? Okay, we're gonna make predictions now about what Vosh is about to say. Debate is like cooking. Is it because you should follow the recipe, or is it because you should have the instinct to add ingredients like by heart, and and it'll work out, but you sort of need to get some experience with cooking to know how much of the ingredient to add without screwing it up. Is that what Vosh is gonna say? That's the only thing that comes to mind when it comes to cooking. That is the only thing that comes to my mind when it comes to the cooking comparison. Do you think I'm right, or do you think I'm wrong? What do you think? Is my cooking prediction is my cooking prediction true, or is my cooking prediction wrong?
Debate is a lot like cooking. Okay, the secret
Like, let me see. Let's see.
to cooking isn't what do you put in, it's what do you leave out. All right, if you had an infinite amount of time and energy, you could like get to any point, whatever, right? But debates,
Hey, what do you mean? What you put out? What? What do you mean cooking is about what you keep out? That you usually go with some sort of a recipe, so you have like a prepared number of ingredients. You don't really have prepared ingredients. You don't really have unnecessary ingredients that you leave out. I don't know about this comparison to cooking. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not so sure if it makes sense for cooking to say that it's about what you leave out. I don't know. Not a fan. Personally, not a fan. But what do you think?
don't have an infinite amount of time. You know, they last a finite length of time, and people's attention spans are often lower than the length of the debate. So
True.
knowing what to not engage with is often the real trick. You know, not to take bait, not to get focused on this, the other. And the trick here, right, is you focus on the critical point, the emotional point. You know,
That is actually a good. That is actually good advice. Vosh is teaching us how to debate. I'm gonna try to do that in the future when I debate awful people.
what's the actual crux of this argument? And it's not intent, but Tim Pool wants it to be. Tim Pool is talking about intent way more than Lance is here, right? Lance,
Yeah.
like Lance is trying to talk about something else, and Tim Pool keeps trying to bring it back to his bro. He didn't know, bro. You know, the effort here is to distract. It's jibber jabber. I love that. I love saying that. It makes
Jabber
me so happy.
jabber.
Was that proportional? I think
Yes.
that he needed to be killed.
No,
or
you
he
see-
could have killed
see,
someone else.
Hold on, stop that. You can't.
What?
You keep trying to say needed to be. No, no,
But
no,
that's
no.
what happened.
The Marine.
That's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried.
So Lance could avoid this if he said he had to be held in a deadly chokehold for 15 minutes. Because that's an objectively correct statement. The chokehold
Yeah.
led to a death. It's a
Right.
deadly chokehold.
Yeah.
to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why-
you
why
are
would-
saying
then
that I'm
why
saying
would
that.
you
You're putting
say-
words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say
they-
needed to be killed?
Because
Why did you
what
say
he
needed
did
to
to
be
him,
killed?
his chokeout ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end
right.
result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance here.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no
Hey,
leap.
What is
Tim,
the leap?
What he's
you
doing
are,
is that
yes.
proportional. Is choking someone.
Wait, that is not a leap. The fact that the choke was dangerous is fact. That is not a leap. Yeah, if you decide to choke someone for 15 minutes, you do sort of leave it up to chance on whether or not they will die, right? You do sort of do that.
With the possibility of death.
choke
With the possibility
yes,
of
it
death.
is. Yes,
Okay, so
absolutely.
So
like,
that's
I'll
your
tell you
stance.
this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
Sure.
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegal entering my.
See, this is the thing that happens in the US. There's a big difference between acting very strange and potentially aggressively on a public subway and illegally entering your home. Those are two different situations. They're not comparable, you know? I actually met two pretty aggressively acting people on the bus station earlier today. Does that mean that someone should have choked them out? No. And the comparison to someone breaking into your home does not work. It doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all. It's a strange comparison.
My home and
It was a public subway car.
legally entering my home, right?
See, Vosh said it as well. It was a public subway car. How can you compare it to somebody breaking into your home? Well, yeah, that is true and sad. What is this comparison?
I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home
It was a public subway car.
Yeah,
illegally.
why this comparison? What is the significance of this comparison?
Now, you can't invite someone in, and there's actually some legal barriers here. Like, if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass.
Sure.
It's like you're
Yeah, okay, but why are we talking about this? This is irrelevant. This is. We've switched topics unless he sort of. How is he gonna connect this to the actual conversation at hand?
your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered fourth-degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they
Okay.
actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house.
It was a
Okay.
public subway car.
That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of
No, hold on. So, see, all Tim Pool wants to do is talk about intent, okay? You have the right to shoot someone who breaks into your house, okay? But if you point a gun at a person and you start shooting them, all right, that's intent to kill. It doesn't, your actual interpersonal brain intent is irrelevant to the actual
True.
intent, which is, did you intend to use deadly force, which the gun is,
True.
which a 15-minute chokehold on the ground is. How long will this continue?
we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
He's making this comparison because he's talking about how it's okay to kill people sometimes in his argument that we shouldn't say he killed a person. Yeah, but I don't even agree with the whole being able to kill someone if they break into your home. That's a whole other thing, you know? Like, I really think that self-defense laws are very strange in the US, you know? So the whole you're on my property so I can kill you. Like, wow.
whether,
Even if that even in the
Yes.
act of doing that, you could kill them.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
Subduing
One
for
that
what?
doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say,
Well,
because
Wait, also, I like how Tim's implying that there's no way to subdue somebody without a 15-minute death chokehold.
True. That is a ridiculous thing to say. I mean,
Like, we've not invented. Listen, martial artists have been working on this for millions of years.
yeah,
and no one has.
I guess judo does not exist in this world. Judo was banned from the US. You know?
Thought of a way to subdue somebody without choking them to death when they haven't touched you yet. You know, nobody's found a way yet.
Give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Zero. Absolutely zero.
Okay, so-
Yes,
so
zero.
there's a
and I
problem.
think I can contend that no one here has any, right?
Well,
sorry,
I-
am I in a judo
I've just
room?
watched a lot of movies.
No, but
Sharp elbows.
But
Judo absolutely has ways to subdue. That's the whole. This is one of the two whole points of judo. You know, one is to throw your opponent, and the other whole skill set of judo is sort of pinning your opponent to the ground in a way that does not allow them to move. But it doesn't choke them, it just immobilizes them, right? So yeah, judo definitely has the tools to subdue a person without killing them.
But no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
But now
right?
going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done
Okay.
some kung fu, taekwondo,
So once again, there's no experts here to
and
talk about
capoeira.
this. Yeah.
So certainly will contend. I am not an expert. However,
However,
if someone is threatening harm against another person, and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him, and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If
What
you lose your
crime?
life in the process of
wait,
committing a crime, I'm not going
what
to
was the crime?
blame the victim.
No, what? No. Oh my God, that was wrong on like 70 levels. First of all, what
What?
threat? Second of all, the number of people who arrive at a conclusion about proportional response doesn't actually influence the degree to which that proportional response is legally or ethically justifiable.
True. True. It would literally be like saying, hey, this mob deemed this person to be dangerous. So, you know, the mob lynched them. But that's only because the mob has, you know, judged the person to be dangerous enough to warrant a lynching. So it's okay, actually. The person was in the middle of a crime, so the lynching was just permissible, you know? This is the sort of logic if you make the number of people that decide to subdue someone big enough, you know?
And third of all, no, being killed because you're committing a crime. Follow-up question, what crime? But even leaving that aside, being killed in the commission of a crime doesn't mean it was justified to kill you. You can't unload on.
True. I mean, isn't this why we have laws in place and the whole judge jury system in place so so that people can be tried for their crimes, not, you know, executed in the subway? Oh, so now mob mentality is fine. I guess it is. I guess it literally is. Guess it doesn't matter. I guess we don't want people to get tried for crimes now. We just want them to get executed on the street or in the subway. Yeah, that's the ticket.
On somebody because they shoplifted or yelled at you. That's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
This-
That is not
for
how
this,
it
right?
works.
Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him.
The
What
people who were being
victim?
attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him?
So-
do we have footage before the
No,
event
I don't.
begins?
So in New York,
Yeah.
for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime.
No, what Tim is
What?
literally saying here is that
Is that
any-
true? I don't know about law in New York. Is that even true? Can someone fact check this for me? Can somebody check it? Is anyone here from New York? Is anyone here from New York? Can anyone fact check this for me? I don't even believe that's true.
any like errant yelling on the street could immediately be followed with an execution. And that is, well, okay, of course, like obviously Tim doesn't believe this. Like because he knows like there's no actual way that he believes this. It's just like the extent to which he grifts for the audience and the extent to which like he actually believes the insane shit that he says here. Because Tim will often say stuff that you feel like it has to be a bit, like the 49 state landslide.
Hello, and you should join the page, and you should join the page.
And I personally think it's because he knows his audience is stupid enough to eat it up. But this is something else, man. Like, really think about this.
Right?
Yeah.
You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by
I thought words weren't violence, Tim.
Oh well, not anymore. Now words are crimes. They're not violence, but they are crimes, and they, you can get killed for them, I guess.
Conservatives always the ones doing that? Like, wow, words aren't violence, you pussy. Real violence is when you hit someone with a bat, idiot. And now he's like, okay, actually, but I should be able to lethally defend. You know what? I agree. Hey, trans women, all right? Anyone vaguely threatens you in the street, congratulations. I hope you're concealed carrying. It's New York, so you're gonna have a tough time getting that license, but hey, the gates are open because Tim Pool approves. That's what he said.
True, because they are committing a crime against you.
Bang! Literally, if you're a trans chick and you're walking around New York and some guy who looks exactly like Tim Pool walks up to you and they're like, oh, you piece of shit, someone should kick your ass. You can just unload on them. That is literally what Tim Pool is saying.
True.
That's not even an uncharitable interpretation. That is just explicitly the thing that he's saying here.
I'm gonna agree with Vosh there. I'm gonna agree with Vosh on that one. All right? This is why Vosh is our advocate.
threatening them and going up to their face. Right?
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Yeah, actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces.
Irrelevant. It was a risk then. It was a risk now. The risk did not pay off. The risk didn't end in tragedy then. But it doesn't mean it wasn't dangerous. Nah, Vosh is not a chaser. Like, it paid off then, and this time it didn't. It doesn't make it okay that he did it 7 years ago. Okay? It just happened to work then. And now, he killed a man. Simple as, you know? Simple as. Such a ridiculous argument that I don't know. I'm disappointed that it's treated as like oh my gosh, so cold. I'm so disappointed that it's treated like, as a serious argument. I hope Vosh is gonna really dig into that one because it's not good. It's no
And he
good.
was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's take a look at that. So we've gone to 7 years ago to the one.
Yeah,
about-
we've gone to 7 years ago to justify a killing of a man. I guess this is what it's like to be a conservative. This is the, you know, that is the, whoa.
Autism is now moving back to this point. Okay, 7 years ago, the media called this man myth-informed Twitter. Give me the tweet. Let's take a look at these definitely identical situations.
Now that guy is Adrian Kazmarek. He stepped in to defuse what could have been an uglier scene. He's a businessman. He runs the company Future Health LA, and
This doesn't even show what the guy was doing beforehand.
Yeah,
I noticed
doesn't
that
show
chokehold
anything.
wasn't for 15 minutes, by the way.
lullaby time. There he goes, down, down, down.
It's like, so again, the difference between holding a person in a choke for 10 seconds and like 15 minutes would be the difference between like dropping somebody with a punch and then getting on top of them and continuing to punch them into the ground for like 5 more minutes. You might
True.
notice that like, hey, have you ever like, I don't know, gone outside or thought for a second where like, oh man, there was somebody being really crazy at the pub and they was like threatening people and you went, bam, wow, you knocked that guy out. Thanks. He might have beaten us up. Great. And then like you get on top of him and you're like, and they're like,
Oh my
hey,
God. Thanks,
man. Thank you.
Oh my
For
god.
15 minutes. What? Okay, oh yeah, same
Yeah.
thing. I don't even know what this guy was doing. I still don't think
Well-
Jordan Neely was even threatening people, because that wasn't even listed in the New York Post article that
My
I
guy.
read, and it's the New York Post, so I'm pretty sure they would have mentioned it. Like, what threats?
chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing
Irrelevant.
so. So this is what I'm talking about
Irrelevant.
anarcho-tyranny. I feel like you're latching
What?
onto this completely from a point of you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual. Nor
None of us do.
Okay, right. So the problem with Lance here is basically like a failure to control the direction of the conversation.
I
He should
think
be
so.
like demanding answers on a couple of very specific questions. But instead Tim is basically going on his Gish Gallop, where he's like, okay, well, you know, you don't know jujitsu, so like, I don't know,
Oh
maybe
my
there was
God.
no way to do anything about this person who didn't do anything except
Right.
for killing him.
nor the legal expertise.
None of us do as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to
Also, it's not jujitsu. The correct term is jujutsu. Okay. Jiu-jitsu is a butchering of the Japanese term.
just outright. Well, look, I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be
I
convicted.
never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes. That's why he
it is
wasn't charged.
proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged, he was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is
Wasn't he
anarcho-tyranny. People
He really likes this word.
Wasn't he charged with manslaughter? Also, anarcho-tyranny? For real?
Doesn't he? Anarcho tyranny is when bad things happen.
go out in the
True.
streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But
Yeah.
if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening, and they're like, "Yo, he was threatening all of us," then I
And
think
there
the
were.
cops are not going to mess with that
And
guy.
that's what was reported. And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back.
What was
So
reported
there's-
in?
there's-
Well, if they attacked him, then yeah, he
I used to train MMA. It at most takes a couple of minutes to take them out. Right, yeah.
would fight back against the people attacking him.
Right.
This is like 5 people jump you in an alley and it gets recorded and they're like, "Bro, you must have been pretty dangerous for 5 people to attack you."
True.
Yeah, what is the language here? Bass was from
True.
NBC New York that Neely got in the train and began to say somewhat aggressive speech. Somewhat aggressive speech.
That's what happened today. There were 2 people on the bus station saying somewhat aggressive speech. Maybe they should have died.
Death sentence. Saying he was hungry, he was thirsty, he didn't
Oh, hungry, thirsty. Oh, that deserves death, doesn't it?
care about anything. He didn't care about going to jail. He didn't care he gets a big life sentence. Okay?
Damn.
Anything? Also, by the way, the police don't decide whether or not to charge somebody.
That's a life sentence, right? That's true. I think the prosecution does, right? I think the prosecution decides that, right?
The district attorney does.
Yeah, the prosecution does. The district attorney is basically the prosecution, right?
The police just arrest you or not. If the police showed up to find that you had just killed someone with your chokehold, but then they let you go, that doesn't mean that
It sounds like you wanted to get arrested. That is what it sounds to me. That he wanted to cause a scene and get arrested. And we even have the motive for that. He said, literally, I have no food, I have nothing to drink. And you do get those things in prison. You do get these things in prison, you know? So it makes sense. I'm not even think I'm creating some sort of a strange conspiracy theory when I say that, in my opinion, he just wanted to get arrested to get access to those things that he actually said he lacked, right? You know? Yeah, exactly. I've known a lot of homeless people, and they will do stuff like that just to get arrested. Yeah, to have shelter against the cold and stuff like that. Yes, especially during the winter. Exactly, right? To get some sort of form of healthcare as well, because some prisons actually offer that, and to get something to eat, to get something to drink, to to have shelter. Well, I do think it is a pretty sad society in which people need to cause a scene on purpose to get arrested, not to die, basically.
Charges have been dropped. That just means the police didn't arrest you, probably because they're pigs. The district attorney is the one who decides.
Yeah.
The district attorney is also a pig. So, it's not the most reliable process.
There's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people, and even said he was repentant.
Dude, I'm debating this.
There's absolutely a debate about that. I have not seen any evidence of him threatening anyone. Yeah, true. That is true. Right. Yeah. Fake Alec Kyle Parker is giving a good example. Like, people do that. People will get arrested for on purpose. He's never had to starve in the street while your state calls you scum. Yeah. You know?
Die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat.
What? Is this a joke? Terroristic threat? Is that a joke? A person that says, I'm hungry, I don't have anything to eat or drink, I don't care if I get arrested, that's a terroristic threat. Okay. Tim Pool being like the reasonable, level-headed person here, of course.
Now, are you telling me that you would not put a man in a chokehold to prevent what might have been New York City's 9/11?
True. True.
And 9/11 was moments from occurring, and it took 3 people to stop this 9/11.
And you're gonna be angry at them for stopping it?
And you're saying that Osama bin Neely is the victim.
True.
Yeah, words aren't violence, motherfuckers, when they're trying to justify a black guy getting lynched.
But they are terrorist threats. Oh my god, it's just a temple has no brain, it's just a cocktail sausage.
Actually.
Naturally.
I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, I'm going to cause harm to people, and then said he was willing to die.
Did he
say that? From what I'm reading, he said he doesn't care if he gets arrested and that he doesn't have food.
Did he scream? Was that something this guy said? Joe Neely kicks down the subway doors. I'm going to cause harm to... Yeah. He didn't do that. Tim is evil. Yeah, Tim is evil, of course. Lance needs to be like 5 times as aggressive here as he's actually being.
True.
So the key. So here's, I'm gonna say, like, imagine you're in Lance's position and you want to like you want to like, okay, he's spewing bullshit. He's spewing bullshit, and like, how do you stop this? Okay, the best way to stop this nonsense. All right, first of all, don't get angry, because if you get angry.
But I'm always angry. That is the thing that I do. I get angry. You know? That is the thing that I do. I just get angry.
Then you're triggered and you lose, all right? And Lance is good at that, to be fair. Lance actually does hold frame really well on that issue.
If I heard someone yelling, that I assume they were... Oh, yeah, cry for help. Yeah, that is true.
The problem is Lance is really nice. What this situation calls for is being incisive, condescending, and mean.
True.
You need to interject
Like me. Like me. I'm condescending and mean.
in ways that put Tim on the defensive. You need to you need to seize
Me.
control of the discussion by
Of the means of production.
giving him pointers that aren't easy to immediately respond to or dismiss.
True.
A good way to do this is with careful invective. Like you want to probe, but not so much that the audience would feel justified in sympathizing for Tim. Ideally, you want to put okay. The best way to do this is Tim knows he's lying, right? The best way to put pressure on Tim is to put pressure on the lies in ways that force him to answer questions he doesn't want to answer. Like, here's an example. What evidence is there of him threatening? What did he say to threaten people? Can you provide a quote of threats that he provided? That would end this right then. No, like, hey, can you look at the article? Is there, like, any evidence at all he did anything? Anything he said? Anything he did? Oh, he said he didn't mind going to prison? What does that mean? That's it? Death sentence? You can get jumped just for saying that? Go out in the street and just say, oh my God, my life sucks. I wouldn't even mind going to jail. Then just 50 guys with trench coats, guns, just shoot you? Huh?
True.
You do the... Now, Tim can't just dismiss this. He has to respond in some way. But Tim doesn't...
I assume people like Paul and other like him would prefer if all homeless people were just shot on the spot. Yeah.
want to respond with that because there's no way to without making his argument look a lot weaker. So he gets frustrated. Tim's a good speaker and a good debater, but he's not perfect. And even people like him can get flustered and can lose their cool a little bit. And the more they lose their cool, the easier it is for you to put pressure on them. They're the triggered one now.
True.
I thought words weren't violence. Now you're saying you put a person in a chokehold for 15 minutes because of words they've said? Kind of snowflakey behavior, don't you think?
True.
A little bit of comedy works too, because he can't, if he gets mad at something stated
comedian.
like that, makes him look bad to the audience, you know?
True.
You guys understand what I'm talking about, right?
No, not at all.
The point is, how do you
I don't
treat
get it.
somebody with the
Repeat it.
contempt they deserve without getting their audience to feel sympathetic for
I don't get it. Repeat everything. I didn't get any of this. I don't know what you're talking about. You should repeat everything. Rephrase it. There we go. That was my little humor, my little joke of the day.
towards them?
You'd probably want to stop them because there's signs all over the subway saying if you see something, say something. And I suppose we could go the route of...
That's true. When you see a person being loud, kill them immediately. That is what
True.
those signs mean. Bosh, I'm curious, would you have felt nervous in the situation? I would have, but this is no excuse for what happened. Bro, I grew up in LA. I grew up around crazy homeless people yelling all the time. They never attacked me. Sometimes they do. Sometimes people hurt you. But if you're walking around LA, especially at night, the kinds of people who are going to hurt you aren't likely to be like desperate, miserable homeless people. They're likely to be roaming, drunk young adults or people associated with gangs.
Yeah.
The homeless people usually are the most disproportionate.
He's letting Tom walk all over him. That is sad but true. See, I think you're funnier than the... Wait, really? Am I? I don't know. Am I?
People in this environment, you know? I don't fear the home. Now, can a homeless person attack you? Are they often scary? Yes! Don't be an idiot. Don't pretend. Again, I grew up in LA. There are some big, mean homeless people that'll yell at you. You don't know if they have a knife on them. Have they ever drawn a knife on me? No, but it could happen, sure.
I mean... Yeah, it could.
But just because they look and act scary doesn't
It must mean they deserve to die. I'm wondering if Vosh is about to say that because it's true. Does it mean that they just deserve to die?
mean they should be subject to some kind of extra, ultra harsh standard
Yeah,
for legalized violence.
true.
You can use lethal force on a person if they demonstrate that they are going to use lethal force on
Against you, yeah.
and in some other cases, Castle Doctrine, they're going to rape someone, blah, 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 you know. If I have a gun in California, which is not an easy task to get a concealed carry license, but
I don't know. I think the threshold for that should be pretty high. Right?
if I did, and a
Make tons of jokes.
homeless person shouted at me, yelled at me, and I drew and shot them in the head, I would go to jail. Rightfully so. If
Yeah.
they pulled a knife on me and I shot them in the head, I would not go to jail because they demonstrated an intent to apply lethal force to me, and I responded in kind. A 15-minute chokehold is lethal force. It is an action which is likely to kill. A bullet doesn't have to kill, you know?
I would be a little bit nervous to just walk past a person swinging a knife, you know? I would be pretty nervous of that. I will admit.
Guns aren't referred to as lethal weapons because they're guaranteed to kill. They're referred to as lethal weapons because they're likely to and capable of killing pretty easily, too.
Yeah.
Same with 15-minute chokeholds. It's lethal force, disproportionately applied. Personally, in my opinion, I find the 15-minute chokehold to be a lot more egregious because a person getting scared and panic firing at a homeless person is disgusting. But it's also potentially a flash of bad decision making, an instinctual, regrettable reaction. I'm not saying
But
it's
a
good. It's
panic.
not. A
Panic
15-minute
move.
chokehold requires a pretty significant commitment.
Yeah. In other words, it's extremely deliberate. The same thing with a guy showing off his collapsing button. Probably a poor idea in retrospect.
California has strict escalation laws. You could still go to jail if you pull a gun on a person with a knife. Okay, well, California's cucked when it comes to guns. So what do you want from me? Okay, never mind. If you're in California, let the homeless person stab you to death.
I mean, I would probably keep my distance as I would walk past, right?
When Luke Rutkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, "We're not going to get involved at all." And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was.
Wait, what? What? A guy was stabbing and cops looked at a guy?
I don't know what this has to do with anything. I don't know what this has to do with this particular situation. The answer is it has nothing to do with the situation. It's like just jumping from anecdote to anecdote. Like he's just jumping from a story to a story. And all of them are unrelated. Non-lethal firearm. Sheesh.
Guy stabbing, and they were like, no,
I mean, cops not doing anything is realistic enough, so I guess that part of the story is pretty realistic, but it doesn't matter to me if it's BS or not. It's unrelated to the situation. It's totally different. It's not analogous, you know? It's not it's just a story that he decided to tell in the middle of the discussion. It has nothing to do with the situation. The situation is totally different. The choked person was not stabbing anyone as far as I know. You know? It wasn't like the person that was choked was just in the middle of stabbing everyone. Okay, one moment. I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, invite more people. I'm back. I'm back. 2 people left. I cannot believe. I cannot believe 2 people left. There were 10, now there are 8. Hello. Palm Dad. Exactly. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to like that stream. What did I miss? Oh, well, I didn't miss anything because I paused. You know? Not one of those streamers that just keep the video running and just leaves. You're here for my commentary. You're here for my transformative thing, you know? I'm not just watching the video while playing a game and saying Jesus from time to time where, you know, I'm actually making a dig. I'm making a dig at a different content creator. But I'm not gonna say whom. You're gonna have to guess that on your own. You're gonna have to guess that one on your own. Who the streamer that I'm digging at right now is.
We're not gonna what? What? I don't even know what he's referring to.
I have no clue. I don't know why he is referring to it. What is the significance? I don't see any. I really see no significance. Well, you know me well. That's right. That is in fact the creator that I was referring to. That is correct.
Oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody. You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person, and then
Did he even scream?
No, you should kill them, I guess. Don't wait, just kill them.
He was
That is
gonna
the
hurt somebody. So
doctrine.
the answer is no. But also, yeah. Depending on the kind of threat, sometimes you just listen to the person yelling. So if I'm
Yeah.
walking by an alleyway and there's a homeless guy going, I'm gonna fuck you up, and he's like 20 feet away from me, just in an alleyway, yeah, I can't draw a gun and shoot him. Yeah, now
Yeah, you can just walk away,
if
I guess. I guess it's charitable.
he like ran up to me and was like, "Hey, you, I'm gonna hit you," and he's like, okay,
Wow.
well, hold on. Now we've escalated the situation.
Vash is so emotive. You know, I'm gonna take this the occasion to say this. If a lot of you come to the stream live, and I'm gonna turn on the camera again, and I'm gonna be emotive as well. I'm pretty emotive, I think. Do you think I'm emotive? Was I emotive when I was on camera? I think I'm fairly emotive. I think I'm fairly emotive with my gesticulations. But I do need to get a better camera. I should research cameras, actually.
Situation here a little bit, because now not only do we have a verbal threat, we also have like a demonstrated interest in carrying it out. A threat on its own does not automatically get lethal
I'd run away. I think I'd do so as well.
force in response. If that was
think
the
I'd
case,
run
then
away as
everyone
well.
from Twitter would be shooting everyone else on Twitter. Because like everyone on Twitter
What?
is saying like, "Oh, yo, kill yourself," blah, blah, blah. And then like it's like, "Oh, okay, well, let's all just meet in a big field in like Montana." And yeah, the good ending. Every Twitter user just all meets in Montana and draws at noon.
you respond.
And I'm just curious. Honest question. We have the story from the Daily Mail from
Just curious. I'm just asking questions. I'm just curious, you know? I'm just being curious here.
October. 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year.
What does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Nothing. I've told you he just keeps shoving in those stories that have nothing to do with the situation.
I feel like they're trying to gaslight us. Every time I read the story, I feel like surely I missed that he had a knife or something. That is exactly what they're trying to do. Yeah. They want the average conservative, the average Tim Pool audience member, you know, brain damaged enough as it is, to hear all of this bullshit. And this is why I think Lance should be like way more specific. What exactly did he do? And just think like, oh yeah, he was menacing, he was attacking them, when no such thing apparently was happening.
Right.
The point is gaslighting.
2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
So there's no connection. It's literally like people are mad about this one death. What about these other deaths? Where are the protests? Well, as is often the case, people tend to protest when the murder of a person is not criminally dealt with. If a person is shoved in front of the subway
My
cars and
God, how do you shove someone in front of a subway car from inside the car? I don't know. Everything's possible as long as you can have dreams. Also, heck, I was the first one to suggest you put your page link in your. I always keep forgetting it. You know, I always keep forgetting to do it. I know you joked about me not doing it, and I sort of started doing it, and then I kept forgetting. There should be a way to just do it once and for it to autofill automatically. There should be a way.
they're caught on video, the cops will arrest them. But this guy was let go by the police. That's what the protest is
Marvel
for.
movie.
This happens guys, how many times has this happened? A black person has been murdered and the murderer gets off and people protest, and then they're like, well, what about this one time a black person killed someone? And it's like, you look at the story and they got arrested immediately afterwards.
Right.
This has happened so many times. Like every single time.
Well, you know, where was
No.
the video footage of it?
There is video
There
footage
is.
of it.
Is it
Why didn't Lance respond there?
public
Yes.
public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube. But there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And
And the cops got
And
there,
what does that have to do with this situation? Nothing.
identified the person, then let them go. Did that happen? Is that
Doubt
true?
it.
where's AOC? Where's any of the
Don't be angry. Don't be angry, fake Alec Hal Parker. Jump on the page. Use the link that I'm putting on things to you.
these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when the
Narco
criminals do
tyranny.
it, as explained in, what was it, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago? When a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union,
Really? Gulag Archipelago is gonna make that comparison?
they didn't, that's just a criminal, that's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself,
Did you hear the audio in the video? There are several people telling the Marine to let the guy go. Apparently he shits himself and the Marine keeps choking on him. Well, yeah, he wanted to kill him, probably.
you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically? So as in, like,
Blaming?
or you're saying that
I'm criticizing.
she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying
What are you saying? Oh, you're at work. Ah, sorry. God, Tim is so dumb.
I have a question of why now? Why only when people are victimized and they defend themselves are we now upset about what happened on the
Keep saying
subway?
victim.
See, what Tim doesn't know is that
Right.
the people who were pushed onto the subway tracks yelled a little bit at the person
True.
who pushed them beforehand.
We're talking about a poor homeless person who
attacks
yes,
people.
may have been having an episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. That's so. Why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them first.
Okay.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements,
Can we?
What is the app that works well? Wait, what's the app that works well? If I don't work, I can donate to your puppies without owners. True. I am like a puppy without an owner. That's true.
We see the footage. I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the
He hasn't. Oh. Did this happen like when Lance was heading out? Was this like breaking news right when Lance got there and he hasn't seen it yet? Yes. Oh, okay. That's really. Okay. That's why. I was thinking he's speaking with a low level of confidence. I hadn't seen it because I've been on vacation. Yeah. So yeah, dealing with shit like this with like no.
Everyone's on vacation. Oh, you downloaded an app for my site. Wait, how? An app for my site? That is pretty interesting. I did not know that that was a thing.
Prior, yeah, that does suck. It's with Tim. They do like to talk about current events.
I didn't know my site had an app.
Tim Cash show. So you want to go like, okay, well, what are they likely to talk about? You know.
Well,
Choke out.
okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses, and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
No, he did. Wait, no. First of all, no, that's not assault.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. And second of all, with what threats? What did he say?
But you're saying he specifically threatened violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have evidence of that?
I mean,
it's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
you're not winning an argument here.
I'm
Tim doesn't.
What do you mean? Wait, what did he say?
one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
You're not winning an argument here, so he doesn't know.
Tim doesn't respond. Right there, see? He doesn't want to respond
Of course, because he didn't.
Yeah, he knows, because he knows he's lying, you know? Right there.
I'm not trying to win an
You're
argument.
being
I'm
awfully
asking you.
pedantic.
It's awfully pedantic for you to specifically say
Wow.
what he did to deserve being murdered.
Pedantic.
So pedantic to ask if he actually did threaten people. So pedantic. I told you, pedantic is a word that should be banned. I've heard it so much used against President Sunday, and now I hear it in this context in which it's absolutely ridiculous to say that it's pedantic. Oh, you're being so pedantic asking for, actual evidence of threats being made.
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this?
So don't take the bait, Lance. This is the thing. Jibber jabber. Ignore the jibber jabber. He's going to do everything to pull you from that question, but the fact that he's pulling you from it is evidence that it was the right question to ask.
True.
Form. I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right, and so this is why I'm asking: did he say to the people who subdued him, "I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you"?
That's immaterial to a self-defense.
Wait, what do you mean? Your whole argument rests on him making threats. You said that he made threats, and now you're saying that it's immaterial if he did or not. Oh, wow. I have an app? I have to ask. Wow. I have to ask White Nervosa about it. Wait, really? And it works well? That is so cool.
Claim.
What? Well, saying I'm going to harm you is assault. Okay, so did he say I'm going to harm you? Well, that's immaterial to the assault claim. What? We're going to get a lot of use out of this.
Oh my god. I need that as well.
Oh my god. Magical thinking.
Claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone, that is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others.
Wait, but did he?
Neely did not appear to be armed or looking to attack anyone, Vasquez told CNN. Yeah. So Lance has to press on.
You can start beating up someone just because you think they're going to harm you. True.
This, like, okay, so what did he say? You keep saying abstractly what he did, but like, what did he do? Like, tell me.
That's why I use your site now. Oh, okay.
Specifically, what were the words? It sounds like you're making it up.
That makes those people who are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm. See, I really wish Lance had said, like, okay, so do you think that if so if you're like transgender and anyone, like, you're at a protest and there's like counter protesters and one of them says, like, oh, I'm gonna shoot you up, you can shoot them? I would love to see, like, Tim immediately like try to parse that immediately.
True.
Right? Though it would have to be after this because the jibber jabber flows. It would be getting on another subject. The idea that like any vague threat can be responded to with lethal force is psychotic and would immediately end civilization. It would be the end of all things. The funny thing is that what Tim is talking about here isn't even like psychotic in a medieval sense, because if you go back to like 1,000 years ago or whatever, and Tim said this, they would they'd beat his ass back then. Because that'd be insane. Can you imagine, like, the year is 1127, and any time a guy yells at you or sounds threatening, like people are killing each other, there wouldn't be anyone left. There are higher standards of civility. They had rules about drawing swords back in the middle. The idea, it is a level of paranoid, psychotic, right-wing delusion that exceeds the excesses of our history.
Wow.
It's out of time and place. It's insane.
I just find it fascinating.
You can't dynamite a karate dojo just because you're scared that they could hurt you. I use my phone for everything. I don't like using a PC. Oh, okay. I understand. Maybe I should share a link to the... Maybe I should share the news that I have an app.
That there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance, right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped,
Yeah,
right?
You can move to a different
There ain't no getting off of this train we're on, which is funny because Final Fantasy VII actually has a scene near the start of the game where Barrett, you know, starts semi-threatening people in the cart, and they just leave to a different cart. Even Final Fantasy Final Fantasy VII understood what Temple does not understand. And Final Fantasy VII's catchphrase was, "There ain't no getting off of this train we're on."
subway car, which the article said other people did. I don't think
Yeah.
he was like following people subway car to subway car, like menacing
True.
them.
I used
And
to
a
live
guy
in this
get-
area, by the
and
way.
a
I
guy-
used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I have seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train.
True.
That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific footage of him threatening the very people who subdued and ended up killing him?
So the one mistake that Lance is making, that Tim, I guarantee
He
you,
should just be saying, "Did he threaten anyone?" For being virulent, misogynist, these conservative men sure are a bunch of Karens. True.
because I can see the future. It's a power I have that you don't. The mistake that Tim is making here is that it does not matter whether the threats were directed against the three men or against people
True. You should just broadly ask.
broadly. Apart from that, he's right on the money here. But it doesn't matter who it's directed at.
True.
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like,
There's no
what
footage of that?
is it?
Okay.
What
All
is
right,
it-
well then that's all I want to know.
What does
All
that
right.
have to do with what I said? That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like threats to him in the immediate present? Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense.
See? I can see the future. See? Tim Pool is ignoring.
Yeah, he should just ask if do we have evidence of him threatening anyone? Right?
The question and is going to
Yeah, Vors is correct.
pretend that the entirety of the question is centered around who specifically the threats were directed against, as
Right.
opposed to the real question, which is what the were the threats anyway?
Of others,
True.
right? So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction. And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box,
Jibber jabber. It's gibber. Now he's going to talk about if there's a
Elaborate.
woman who's being menaced by a homeless person, then you have every right to step into. But it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
and someone is threatening violence,
Yep.
then yeah, you're a victim. Because
So I've been a victim multiple times then. I was in these
yes,
subways. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's the
See,
craziest thing to me.
So again, Lance hasn't seen the video because this is new to him, but he should be like pressing on it. What violence?
True.
Because this is the
God, he's
gaslighting,
such a
right?
snake.
Tim is taking advantage.
Yeah,
of
not the nice, solid snake, just a liquid snake. Your mom watches Tim Pool. Oh no. My condolences.
this. What violence? What specifically happened?
But I don't
was
feel like a
interviewing-
victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who were going through those kind of
Other
episodes.
people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is a good
25
thing.
people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people who were pushed in front of trains, how is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless?
Don't engage in the bait. Don't even
True.
like try to like ask facetiously if there's a parallel, because there's not. It's literally just to distract you.
True.
Did they have mental illness?
mean,
were like
I would say
What's the
anybody
correlation
shoving
here?
someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode. You know what I mean? The correlation is
What?
that crime and murder on the subway.
I
has
don't
been
think Tim Pool knows what an episode is. I mean, he knows. He's just being dishonest here.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what?
No, it's
Shoving
not.
someone
Having an episode is a very specific thing.
onto the track. What means the person who shoved is having a mental episode?
No.
Also, Tim is lying. There were actual protests and shit for some of the shovings. Oh, oh, wow. Play the video.
Oh,
Play the
well.
what?
New tonight, honoring the life of the woman who was pushed to her death into an oncoming subway train.
Uh-oh.
CBS 2's Ali Bauman on the tributes to Michelle Go in Times Square tonight.
Hundreds of people joined together here tonight, pained and solemn, but determined to ensure Michelle Go did not die in vain. Michelle Go's smile shines over Times Square, feet above where she was pushed
Holy
to her death
shit.
onto subway tracks over the weekend.
A full Times Square built. Jesus Christ. Where's the people who even where's the people protesting?
He was inside of it.
increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the
Don't
aggressor.
engage. It's all bad faith. It's 100% bad faith. It's not like Tim is showing up for these vigils. It's these literally just to distract you.
Yeah.
who gets killed.
no one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then
on
why
about
put a
people
guy
being
in
pushed
prison for finally saying stop killing people?
This is like Tim. If I
What?
Oh my
that's,
god.
That's what happened with Jordan Neely's death. A guy
Yeah.
is going to be put in prison for finally saying, he's the first guy to say this, you know? Nobody had said this before.
True.
Stop killing people. And he just said it. And that was what he said.
If I approached you today and I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
we
Completely. Lance just took the bait here, unfortunately. Nothing. You have to. There's a. So this is one of the reasons why being nice can make you can be
Weak.
like a handicap in some debates. When people are deliberately evasive, what you need to do is you need to ignore the feeling that it's rude to repeat questions, because sometimes you'll ask a question and the other person will be like, boo, and they'll like ramble off or do some other thing, and you have to be like, cool, now answer my question. And that feels really rude to do, but you need to, because when you're
Yeah.
arguing with somebody who acts in good
You need
faith,
to keep them on point.
You can expect them to reach out and make an effort to fulfill their part of the conversation.
You need to keep them on point. Yeah.
The expectations, you know, to put work into keeping their side of things well regulated. But the more you ask a question over and over, and the more they refuse to answer, or
Tim has successfully made a conversation about whether or not homeless people are scary. Yeah. And it also feeds into the whole thing that Stardust either wants to do or already did. Did that Stardust thing already happen? That whole panel on homeless people she wanted to do? Did that happen? Does anybody know if that happened? You know? If you know, then tell me.
give bad answers or half answers, the more bad they look.
Yeah.
Not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay,
and how
okay. Do you know
screwed up
about
it is.
bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they
Yes.
can't afford it?
And we've talked about it.
And you've
But I
done
don't-
entire
but-
shows on that.
but
And
I
you
don't-
talked about how people literally die in prison
we
while they're
talked-
waiting for that shit.
We talked
That's
about
terrible.
Yeah, okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly
One
arrested,
guy.
lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, "Sorry, there's nothing you can do about it." The city owes him nothing because they consider.
You should also
He would. If Tim was alive during the witch burnings, he'd be showing up early to get front row seats. True. I don't watch panels, too many people talking at once. Yeah, that's fair. I was wondering if you know if it already happened or it's still about to happen.
Never ask questions like this to a liar because they can lie. I don't know if Tim's lying right now. He's lied the whole conversation, so he could be now. But asking questions, like, well, where were you with this, or what'd you say about this? They'll lie. It'd be like asking Tim Pool, like, well, oh, you claim to care about the common man. What about healthcare? Have you talked about like healthcare and improving healthcare costs for Americans? And the truth is, like, Tim Pool wants you to die in a gutter with tuberculosis. He wants to piss on your
Yeah.
corpse. But he'll lie and pretend that he's been some kind of principled supporter for Medicare for all for like 15 years or whatever, So you don't ask questions like that.
The prosecution.
He did ask that healthcare question later in the episode. And what did Tim say, Prague Pro 96?
To be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like, we talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was
Thank
not
you.
talking about the
I'll
systemic
be waiting for
problem
the
of
challenge.
people who are
Thank you.
poor being in
That's
Rikers
quite
Island
literally what it was.
before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released
I'm
prior
giving
to
you an
that.
example of a specific show we've actually
And of
talked
course, this is now Tim has succeeded in the sense this is now all completely irrelevant.
Right.
about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say yes, people have died. Yes,
They
the
have.
system is corrupt. And my point is this: when we talk about stuff like this, like wow, in October we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then
What?
finally, when three guys.
The left shits all over Tim for coming out against people being actually, know what, I'll agree with Tim on this one. The way in which Tim Pool covered the subway people getting pushed in front of the trains was probably really shitty, and I would criticize him for it. Yeah, not because I'm pro pushing people in front of trains, but because he definitely was really retarded when talking about it.
I told you,
My
no one's on the
gosh.
other side of this. No one is pro push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch
did a
the
protest?
show.
You did an actual protest. You guys stood up and then walked.
So this is false righteous indignation, obviously.
True.
Tim's not actually upset, and he doesn't actually have any strong feelings about whether or not, Lance has talked about this. This is an act he's doing because he's succeeded here. The goal was, can he divert from the actual topic and feign outrage that Lance hasn't personally attended a protest for
True.
one of some people who got pushed in front of a train at some point, somewhere,
in the past.
sometime. And now he's done it. Now he's here. And this is why you never want to accept any of this, because it's clip farming.
True.
He's just looking. Now there's like a nice little 30-second clip here where it's like, a leftist confronted with the fact that they don't care about that kind of bullshit.
We don't go on the streets ever,
But
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this is the problem of like you are judging someone based on absence, based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that.
That's not what I said.
Not true, though.
That's not what
but
I
that's
said.
the implication of what you were saying right now.
My implication is instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
Oh, you make up garbage about us. I don't know what you protest about the people getting thrown off the tracks. Protests to make people even more cruel and violent towards the homeless. Yeah. True.
When have I brought up garbage about people pushing people to trains? This is the most
No,
random
I'm not
example.
talking about you saying. I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all saying that person should
Well, now we've had another person killed, and now we're finally
go to prison. It's like, how is that solving the problem?
Wait,
you guys
what?
are making it
Who was he
worse.
about to
Thanks
kill?
For watching this clip from.
Yeah, see? And then it cuts off right there, even though they definitely continue to talk for a while. Really interesting that Tim is describing a murder in broad daylight as solving a problem. Yeah, this is literally like
Was he a-
murdering somebody for
Yeah.
being loud in a subway, and Tim is framing this as the murderer was doing some kind of heroic protest against crime on the subway.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a 2.5-hour VOD, not for any amount of money in the world, thank you. I looked it up. The train pushers have all been arrested because they're on
There is an amount of money for which I would do it. Just saying. Just saying.
camera and shit. Damn, that's crazy. It's almost like, generally speaking, the reason people protest is because they feel like there's an injustice outside the actual random crime.
Well, what do you
A
know?
random murder is an injustice, of course, but it's a much greater injustice when the police look at it and vet it by not arresting the person. Yeah,
Right.
it's so. Yeah, I do genuinely think that Tim Pool is a good debater. He's pretty good at weaponizing fake righteous indignation.
Yeah.
I hesitate to call him, apart from the fact that I actually say it a lot, largely because he fakes everything that he says. Yeah, he's a weasel.
The comparison
He
doesn't
had a
even
lot of
make any
openings.
sense.
Well, Tim will. Okay, this sounds like kind of arrogant, but like the first time that I went on Tim Pool, I did pretty good. Not perfectly, of course, but I did pretty good. The second time I went on Tim Pool, Tim backed the fuck away from me and let Charlie Kirk do the debating. And then Charlie Kirk was deferential 5 minutes in. If I went on Tim Pool again, he wouldn't act that way with me. Tim Pool proportions his response to...
Hello. The fact that people watch his show and believe him doesn't make sense. Well, people watch a lot of bad people. Hello, Arkael.
the
Come to the page.
competence and the awareness and the knowledge of the person that he's talking to. And I've seen Lance debate, and I think that sometimes Lance does well and sometimes he does poorly, but I think he overwhelmingly does well when he's talking to people who act in good faith.
Right.
Tim doesn't at any point, which means that dealing with him
It's
is
gonna
more
be
of
difficult.
a rhetorical exercise in calling out dishonesty and pressing points and not taking bait than it is like a good faith engagement with the points.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, the environment that we're in
Thank
right
you
now.
so
because,
much for
like,
the gifted tier 1
every
sub.
single
Thank you
thing that
so
Lance
much.
said, or maybe almost every, I don't remember everything, but what he said was right. And we're in an environment right now where being right has literally no connection to the
The outcome.
effectiveness
Yeah.
with which you push your talking points.
Yeah.
It's not even that it's not good enough. It's like there's no connection. The stuff Tim was saying there was completely insane. It was delusional. If you meet someone like Tim Pool IRL, what would your bullet points be to remember if we went to debating a topic? How do we approach them? How do we identify their bait? If you met someone like that IRL, you wouldn't debate him. You just like same at the grocery store or whatever, right? I mean, you mean like go on his show? If you're in conversations like that, you have to have a rock solid understanding of exactly what you want to talk about, and you want to repeatedly press them on the weak points of their arguments. The weak points of their arguments are the things they'll try to pull you away from. So the more they deflect, the more they waste your time, the more you pull you away. That's an indication you're onto something good. You know, their weakness is something in all likelihood they're aware of.
Can now
if
use
they're-
emotes.
So an honest interlocutor is often not aware of what their weak points are, because a person who
I'm an
honestly
honest
believes what they're talking
interlocutor.
about probably doesn't think there are weak points in their argument. They might understand there are some issues where they're more or less knowledgeable, but for the most part, a person who is committed to their position probably isn't going to try to actively push you away from it because they think they're right. They think that given enough time and exposure, you will, even if you won't come around, you know, at the very least, their position will be acknowledged by the public. Their audience is correct.
Right.
But a person who's a known liar, who knows they're lying, who knows they're deflecting, knows their weak points because they know what they're lying about. So they'll try to pull you away. Did you see? God, man, I wish it was perfect. I called it perfectly. Lance
Should have
asked
coached
the right
them.
question, and everything Tim talked about for the next 10 minutes was nonsense. Lance specifically asked what was said to constitute a threat, and Tim responded with what was something like, well, that's not material. Or what was it exactly that he said? You know, oh, come on, you're being pedantic, you know? And then from that point forward, every word out of Tim's mouth was an effort to pull Lance away from that specific question.
Yeah.
So learn when that is happening. If you're trying to push somebody on a point and you feel like you've got them on something, like you've got a question, you really think they can't answer that well, and then they bring up some other point, don't address it.
Yeah, don't let them go.
Just don't.
Don't let reel the fish in. Reel
Just
the fish
ignore them.
in.
You have your point. And if they repeat their point again, they're
Reel
like,
it
well, why are
in.
you ignoring? And you can just say, I feel like I have you, and you're running away from it.
True,
Now,
that's
I can answer
good.
yours after you answer mine. And then you repeat your question. The
That's
whatever
good.
now. And you have to be
I'm
good
gonna
about
use
that. And you have to
this.
be rude too. You have to be
I
very
need to be
confrontational.
rude. True.
Would you ever go on Tim's shows again? Tim show again? Yeah, sure. I hate flying out in person for somebody, but I'll do it for Tim because he's got a big platform. You know, I agreed to go on to talk to Michael Knowles because Michael Knowles was like, who are some good interlocutors on the left? And then I got like 30
Thank you, Wagon, for donating $20. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
1,000 likes replying to him. And then the redheaded
I'm
libertarian.
gonna be playing some Resident Evil soon.
Was that a different one? Whatever, one of them.
We need to get to
said,
Resident Evil
I'll set you up,
Nemesis.
but then he didn't respond.
We're
of course, 'cause,
slow on
like,
Resident
obviously
Evil.
it's all fake. They know they're wrong. They know they lie. I keep saying it, man. One of the reasons debates are hard to come by these days is because the right has more actively embraced the knowledge that they're lying. They know they're lying. They
True.
didn't used to. Not all
And
of
they
them.
avoid
There were plenty
debates
of
like
sincere
the
conservatives
cowards
a
that
couple
they
years ago,
are.
but not anymore. They're rare
At least
commodity
we've gotten
now.
this one. Yeah. All right. You know, I think, you know, we've played some Diablo, but we don't really need to play Diablo that intensely, to be honest, you know? It doesn't really have anything all that much that was not in the beta, so instead of playing Diablo, which will premiere next month anyway, we're just gonna be playing something else. You know? You're gonna be sick of the chapter number 1 if I'm gonna keep replaying it on hardcore. So instead, I'm gonna treat you to some Resident Evil. How about that? How about that? How do you like that idea? Do you like the idea of us doing some Resident Evil? Do a hypers, Lucy, if you like the idea of Resident Evil. If you don't, then do a Doomer Ducky. Okay? Hypers, Lucy for Resident Evil. And Doomer Ducky for no Resident Evil. But I do like Resident Evil, so. Especially since we're actually near the end. So I'm pretty excited for that because that is going to be our fourth playthrough of Resident Evil 2. And I've already got Resident Evil 3 prepared for us to play. I'm gonna make the game louder. I'm gonna make the game slightly louder. Also, I'm gonna turn off the browser. Alright, people are excited for Resident Evil. I'm gonna have to tell people that there's an app. I'm gonna have to tell people that there's an app for the page. People often struggle with using the app on. People struggle too with using the app on the phone, but if it has an app and if it works well, then that might be a good idea to let people know. I think it's here. There you go, Leon B. What is the situation? Yeah, it is Leon's data. What's the problem? Wait. Wait, hold on. Oh. What's wrong? I need to reset the game. And just, you know, what is Do I have to? Okay. Should be fine now. Hmm. Oh, I should probably move the chat where it belongs, to the upper left. Here you go. This game depicts gore. It's a gory game. This gory game depicts gory gore. Gory game depicts gore. Gory game that depicts gore. Alright. Oh? Wait. What? Why am I here? Hold on. I'm restarting. Something's wrong. What? What is this? Oh, I get it. Okay, I remember now. Okay. I'm being a silly goose. Okay. Sorry about the... I'm really sorry about the loading problems. Okay, now I know what's up. Okay. Really sorry about the technical hiccups with loading the game. We're getting into the real Resident Evil, the real save, the real everything. Memory card 2, original data. Now we're getting into it. That's better. Oh my god, that's so much better. Now we're loading the real save. Alright. Now we're doing it. Okay, that's the save. Okay, so... Is there gonna be a fight here that I need to be careful about? I think so. I think there is a fight here that I need to be careful about. So I don't think I need this anymore. I don't think I need this anymore. Okay. Okay, let's go. Anything here? Very nice. There's gonna be a Mr. X here, so we're gonna have to avoid. Yeah, there's gonna be the camera thing. You remember, right? Why is he coming my way? The tyrant. Gosh. How do you even know I'm here? You shouldn't know I'm here. Let's go. Let's just go. Oh, map. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Waiter. I almost missed those. Almost missed that. How's the audio on the game, by the way? Is it okay or should it be louder? Should I make the game louder? Should I make the game a little bit louder? It's okay to make the game a little bit louder, right?
Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Isn't there a Magnum upgrade out there somewhere? Super Magnum? Oh, don't make it louder. Okay. At least Ada doesn't get lost. Like Sherry does. What happened to ladies first? Nobody cares. Seems. Is there gonna be a boss fight now? Uh-oh.
Ada! Ada! Can you hear me? Come on, snap out of it.
How can you snap out of getting stabbed? I don't think getting stabbed is something that you just snap out of. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm not being reasonable, you know? Hello, Connor. Maybe it is something that you should just snap out of. Getting stabbed. Just walk it off. True. Snap out of it. Don't be a wimp. Oh. You don't have your favorite pipe anymore. Oh no. I might die actually. Yeah. Leon? Leon! Excuse me. I died. Been stabbed before, and when I got done with the doctors, I walked home. I see. Well, I didn't go home. I just.
Resident Evil 2.
My gosh. I mean, keep in mind they did change some areas completely in the remake. Wrong memory card. We're gonna play the remakes as well, don't worry. We are going to play the remakes. Oh my god. You know, the originals really have their charm. I'm really glad I decided to play the originals first and then the remakes, you know? We're gonna be able to compare them. We're gonna be able to compare them on all of the levels. The design, the story, the gameplay. We're gonna go through all of it. You know? It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be the best in the world. It's gonna be so awesome. Wait. Made a mistake. It's a blue or a green one. I should put an item away because I do actually need the space to get the key. I don't know why I took that since I don't really plan to use any sprays in this playthrough. Like it's a power of habit of being a hoarder. I just hoard stuff. I just impulsively hoard stuff. Which is interesting. Why didn't I take the key? Oh, whatever. I'm gonna take it now. What if I never pressed the camera? Would he not appear? What if I never turned on the camera? Would Mr. X not appear at all? That's actually a good question. I should test it sometime. If I didn't turn on the monitor, would he have not appeared? Still fine. You're the kind of person that refuses to use most consumables even at the very end of the game. Usually, but the sprays are special because I'm sort of conditioned to try not to use them because they super lower your final score. Using the sprays super lower your final score in the game.
Come on, let's go.
You know? get a super low score if you use the sprays in the game. And in Resident Evil 2, you really get enough regular herbs not to need sprays. It's really funny. Okay. You're gonna get stabbed again, I have a feeling. I also have a feeling you're not gonna snap out of it. Those are my predictions for what is about to happen in the game. She should have been dead, not unconscious, by the way.
Can you hear me?
But
Come
you
on,
know.
snap out of it.
Yeah, I'm that way. Though I usually don't care about scores in games. Well, in this game, the score matters because, at least in the original version of Resident Evil 2, a lot of the secrets were sort of locked behind the score. You know? In RPGs, when there are those items that permanently upgrade your stats, I usually save them all. I usually don't use them. Is it full? It's loaded. Didn't get caught in a combo. Which is good. Well, that was a mistake they've made. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is he dead? Oh, he went away. So, in a way, sort of then? Wait, really? Why what? Why, what are you? What are you asking the why in relation to? Why are the secrets locked behind the score? Overheating.
Welcome back. Hey, take it easy. We're inside Umbrella's secret lab. I'll go find something to treat that wound, so just rest here in the meantime.
But I'll only slow you down with these injuries. Go, save yourself.
True.
Is it just me, or does everybody always ignore what I say? I told you, it's my job to look after you.
But
Oh yeah, it's
you'll be in danger.
because I want to save them and I'm not
know I've
sure
only
what
known you
character
for
to
a
use
short
them
period of
on.
time, but I really enjoy
So I end up
being
saving them usually, you know.
I know.
I started
I'm
to
not
break that
capable of
habit and
caring
just
about
using them on the
anyone,
main character.
I don't want to lose you.
Aww.
We're leaving this place together. Wait here for me. I'll be right back.
Okay, I see. I think I can use the handgun. I think I can use the handgun now. What a game. What a game. What a game. Did you do that gesticulation? Why did you do that gesture? True. I'm the same. I'm literally the same when it comes to this. We can get the... Alright. Excellent. So for games with permanent stat hours, I can only think of ones with single characters, but I'm not huge into RPGs with the full parties you need to manage. Oh, okay. I love all sorts of games, so I'm not picky. I'm not a picky customer. So what's here? I don't think we need to save here actually. Only a wimp would have saved here. We're not wimps. Are we? Okay. Interesting. I've never heard of that game. We are? I should save? Are you saying I should save? You're not saying I should save, are you? So quick? Come on, you're not saying I should save, are you? Okay. Kingmaker. I have not. I've not heard of it. Wait. What do I do? This is embarrassing considering that I've already done this once. Here we go here. My gosh. Oh no. Liquors. Screw you, liquors. I have no patience. I'm not dealing with you, liquor. Oh, this is where we're gonna throw in the tyrant. That is this is actually a thing that is not in the remake, by the way. Oh, a video. Keep in mind, there are certain things that they did not remake in the remake. And this bath is one of them. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. Move on. Sort of. You're gonna see. You're gonna see everything. The tyrant. Okay, we're in. Actually forgot I upgraded that gun. Is upgrading the gun a thing in the remake? Can you upgrade the handgun in this way in the remake. Wrong gun. Master key. Like the master sword. But instead of the master sword, I get the master key.
Ada?
Ada,
Where did she go?
away from you. Okay. Oh, is it? Well, you know. It is, isn't it? I have. I've played a lot of them. I've played Demon Souls, the original Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I've played a bit of Sekiro. I've played some yeah, I've played a whole lot of them. I haven't played a lot of Bloodborne actually. Oh, it's dead. Gosh. Flamethrower. I do have a PS4, yeah. So I might stream it. I actually even connected the capture card. So I might play it on stream. Just need the game. What? Okay, that was ridiculous. Come on. Oh, come on. That was so random. Oh my god. And I haven't even saved because I'm not a wimp. And I have not saved since I'm not a wimp. Oh my god. Ah. so mad at the game now. We need to push on. Oh, man. Are you seeing this? Of course, I didn't say because I'm not a wimp, so we're gonna have to be fighting the boss again. No mercy. There's no mercy to be had here. Oh, God. Literally. Yeah, well, you know. They don't seem to want to remaster it or re-release it on. They don't seem to want to release it on the PC, from what I'm seeing. Though it probably would have been a very popular decision if they announced that they will release Bloodborne on the PC. It probably would have been big, but you know, quality of life, huh? Oh, oh, you like Dark Soul too? Interesting. I'm gonna try to do something new here. I'm gonna try to not open the monitor and see if maybe he won't appear. Maybe if I don't open the monitor, he's not gonna be here. Let's check the theory, okay? Let's check the theory if it's opening the camera that actually triggers him. Oh, it's not. Oh my gosh. That scared me actually. Oh my god. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Code Vein, aren't you? You're talking about Code Vein, aren't you? Yeah, I understand. It makes sense. It does make sense. I also have Code Vein, so we might play it on stream while we're at it. I do have it. So you might as well play it, right? If I have it. Wrong key.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Gonna get stabbed again. Just saying. It's my prediction. Let's get in. Wait, oh my gosh. godly music. You're getting stabbed. Boom. Which should have killed you,
Ada!
I would argue.
Ada! Can you hear me? Come on, snap out of it!
True, snap out of it. Snap out of being stabbed. Typical cop thing to say. Leon is such a typical cop. Typical copper. You're not getting me. At least for now. You all figured out. You're not gonna... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You did get me. You bastard. I'm so stupid. I feel so stupid now. Ah. That was so bad of me. I should have just reloaded in the... You should never reload normally in Resident Evil. The classic ones anyway. You should always reload in the menus. That is a thing that you should always do. It's the basic rule of Resident Evil. That I forgot. Or ignored. Or both. I defiled the primary rule of Resident Evil. It's okay, we're gonna be fine now. Maybe I should just use a magnum, to be honest. Could just use a magnum. Got a ton of ammo for that. Why not use a magnum? Why doesn't he ever fight Birkin? Why do they both fight me? Why don't they fight each other? So slow. Slope, okay. What a slope, okay. He really does follow you around more in the remake than he does here. He really does. We're putting that away. What am I doing? Now we need to combine them. And one. Oh my god, what am I doing? Don't block me.
Come on, let's go.
You're just gonna use the magnet now. Let's go. We're gonna get stabbed yet again. Prepare. I mean, you could have dodged it this time.
Ada, can you hear me?
It's been so many
Come on,
times. You
snap
could have
out of
dodged it. He's tried to dodge it. That's okay. Oh, I didn't take any extra ammo. We're sort of better out than we were before. We're gonna get the cutscene. Leon.
Welcome back.
As Kennedy. True.
Hey, take it easy. We're inside Umbrella's secret lab. I'll go find something to treat that wound, so just rest here in the meantime.
But I'll only slow you down with these injuries. Go. Save yourself.
Is it just me, or does everybody always ignore what I say?
They do.
I told you, it's my job to look after you.
But you'll be in danger if you stay with me. I know I've only known you for a short period of time, but I really enjoy being with you. I know I'm not capable of caring about anyone, but I don't want to lose you.
We're leaving this place together. Wait here for me. I'll be right back.
Let's go. You know, Illuminati is like a perfect example that you should choose the correct Polish. I don't think she's a streamer. YouTuber slash content creator, okay? I am the Polish content creator that you can trust not to do what Illuminati did. You know? Maybe he will also raid me once again. Maybe that will happen as well. You know? He did raid me recently, you know? And that led to me showing my face, actually. Would be willing to show my face again in order to President Sunday called in to talk. And I would be willing to that's right. Wait, that wasn't the first time that you visited my stream, right? That wasn't the first time you've seen my stream, right? Or was it? I don't think it was. Right? It wasn't the first time you watching me, right? Should try to get a talk, President Sunday, again with we would compare bookshelves or something like that. You know? Yeah, I thought so. Do you get notifications of my streams? Oh, Illuminati is sort of like this YouTuber that creates content. She's got over 1 million subscribers, but apparently she does plagiarism and screws people over. That is the there's oh is the TLDR of what happened. You're back. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Hello. As you can see, we're playing Resident Evil, and I've died a few times already because I'm me. She's a big channel, over 1 million subs. See, this just shows that I'm the Lilo. I'm not dealing with. They killed me last time as well. It just shows that if there's a content creator that's Polish that you should watch, it's me. She accused another YouTuber stealing her video editing style. The other YouTuber is Legal Eagle, another super well-known YouTuber, by the way. Legal Eagle. I don't think there's anyone that does not know Legal Eagle at this point. The drama has gotten larger, but I don't know if you know then. Well, the drama has gotten larger because she sort of, while trying to deflect from her weird attack on Legal Eagle, she sort of on her own admitted to a lot worse things. It's a whole mess. Okay, what is the challenge? Is it a fun challenge or is it like a... Okay, let's see. What is the challenge? Need a challenge. I'm ready for the challenge. Ready to be challenged. I'm ready for the challenge. Lockpicking wire. Better call Saul. Alright. I'm all ears for the challenge. I'm ready. It's my challenge to debate President Sunday. Is that my challenge? Got him. Oh. Wait, how did I miss? I wasted 2 rounds. There's one more. There you go. Maybe it's decided on whether or not Drakengard is good. Okay. Do a research stream on Miguel Hidalgo.
Where did she go?
Who are these people? Okay, well, so thank you very much for the $200. That is a big challenge, but who are they? Who are they? Can you tell me who they are? Miguel Hidalgo Jose, Maria Morelos, Ignacio Alas, Vicente Guerrero. I will fulfill this challenge on next stream, okay? It'll be a whole research stream. Thank you very, very much for the $200 challenge, which I will fulfill. I've fulfilled all of the challenge thus far. Challenges. I've fulfilled all of the challenges thus far. So I will fulfill this one as well. Oh, okay. And I will do a research stream about them. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna do it. Well, seems like yours is in the... Alright. Well, you know what the next stream is gonna be about. Isn't that exciting? I actually don't know much about Mexico apart from the fact that the US invaded it and I basically annexed most of its territory. And also Zorro. So these are the two things that I know about Mexico. The US sort of attacked it and took away its territory, and Zorro. The mark of Zorro. And of course I also know about the whole wall thing from Trump. I do know about that as well. Oh, nice. We're gonna have to... Well, it's actually debatable on whether or not Lenin was actually fighting for the working class, so... How did he get behind me? Oh my god. How did he get behind me? Oh. Why do I keep dying here? Why? Oh man. It is a bit personal at this point. I don't know, at this point it's a bit personal. Isn't it? A little bit? A little bit personal? Wee bit personal at this point. I was thinking I'm gonna breeze through Resident Evil 2 and just start Resident Evil 3, but I don't know, something's wrong with me today. You know what? That is actually a really good challenge. I'm gonna prepare for it. I'm actually gonna pre-prepare for the research stream. you know? I'm actually gonna prepare. It's not gonna be like 100% let's wing it research stream, you know? I'm gonna do some vetting of sources, and then we're sort of gonna be, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? What I'm planning to do? Does that make sense? It makes sense what I'm planning to do, right? Let's take the Magnum again. Don't worry. There are ways to get around that. There are ways to get around that. There are ways to circumvent that, you know? There are ways to circumvent a lack of English wiki. You know? Oh, I'm planning to prepare the research stream, you know? I'm gonna look for sources before the stream. It's not gonna be, the research is not gonna be super winged, if that makes sense. I'm gonna look for sources, you know? It's not gonna be this super winged thing. Now we're gonna have like a list of sources to go through in the research stream. This is like what I'm gonna prepare for the research stream. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Someone should go to President Sunday and sort of encourage him to have a talk with me about stuff. Oh, that is really cool. Well, wait. Did you really block me like that? Oh, come on. Mr. X. That was very unlucky. That was my most unlucky run ever. Oh my god, I can't believe this just happened. Oof. Should have access to my uni library system. If you want me to look for anything specific you can't access, hit me up. Well, if you... Actually, there is. If you can find anything in your university library system, I assume that is... I assume that it's like a digital library, right?
Come on, let's go.
If it's a digital library, then would it be okay for you to look up some sources on the people that we will have to do a research stream on? Yeah. It is good to admire people that actually worked for the people, right? stretching, true. Sort of. In a way, he is. Oh damn, that was brutal. You know, you could look for some sources on the names that were given by fake Alec Kyle Parker for us to research. And you can send some books my way from the university library, if that's okay. It would help us a great deal, actually. It would actually be a great help. You know? Right. That would be great. If you could find, if you could look for anything on those names that were listed and send the materials my way, that would be great. That would be actually amazing for our research stream. That would be perfect. Would it be perfect? Stabbed once again.
Ada! Ada! Can you hear me?
Still not
Come
snapping
on,
out
snap
of it. Disappointment. What a disappointment. Why would you not snap out of it? Why would you not snap out of it? Lock on. He locked on. That is unfortunate. Oh, I should change the weapon. There we go. Get out of here. Shoo. I don't want you here. Ah, okay. Thank you. I should check if anyone's sending me DMs, actually. Also, we should be continuing Drakengard at some point as well. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be a huge stream. Huge.
Welcome back. Hey, take it easy. We're inside Umbrella's secret lab. I'll go find something to treat that wound, so just rest here in the meantime.
But I'll only slow you down with these injuries. Go. Save yourself.
Is it just me, or does everybody always ignore what I say? I told you, it's my job to look after you.
Everybody ignores what you say.
But
It is what they do.
If you stay with me. I know I've only known you for a short
My
period of
Spanish?
time,
not
really enjoy
super
being with
good,
you.
but I have ways to circumvent that. You know?
I know.
I have
I'm
ways
not
to
capable of
circumvent that.
caring about anyone, but
You know
I
that
don't want to lose you.
worst case scenario,
We're leaving this place together.
we could
Wait
order
here for me. I'll be right back.
like fake Alec Kyle Parker paid good money for this challenge. So it's actually at this point, if there were sources just in Spanish, I could always just order a translation of those sources, you know? I could like I could always get a paid translation for those sources. So there's always a solution to things like this, which includes hiring a translator to just get the sources translated, right? I think it's worth it. I certainly think it would be worth it to get the sources translated if need be to get like the full scope of information, right? To get the full information out there. What do you think? Would it be worth it to hire a translator? I think it would. Oh, you joined. Well, wait. Are you. You have not been there before? You have not been in the giggle court before? Were you on any discords before? Let me check. I wanna actually check. I wanna check it out. What discords do we share? Hatchling Ground. Oh, we don't have any mutual servers. Apart from the Giggle Card, of course. Welcome. Welcome to the Giggle Card. Hope you will feel at home. As much as you can feel at home at Discord. Just you can do. Yeah. Okay. There are books. Very nice. Oh. Can you give me the titles and authors of these books? There's a library, well, not a library, there's a bookstore that sells English language books, and I might buy some of them. Wait, you didn't hear anything of what I said? I I said, make yourself at home. And I said that if there are sources that need translating, I'm gonna hire a translator. Also, I asked if you could give me the authors of any of the English books. I could buy them potentially. Those are the things that I've said proudly and loudly. Proudly and loudly saying these things. it moved. No, it moved. Perfect. We're doing perfect. As long as we don't get killed by the lickers again. We're gonna be fine. I hope. You know? Screw those lickers, I swear. You know? Screw them lickers. Oh. I asked if you could give me... I asked if you could give me any of the English language books. And I could try getting them from the... We're gonna try to avoid. I'm gonna go to a bookstore that sells books in English, and I'm gonna check if any of those books are there for sale, is what I said. True, Raiden. I don't know if you could call it an arc, but I'm not sure if Metal Gear Revengeance really bothered with any arcs, you know? I just think it's like, I think the biggest strength of that game is just how over the top it is with every single thing, you know? I don't think, I don't even think that the creators wanted to do a compelling arc. I just think they wanted to do a bunch of, you know, flashy stuff. It is a good game, and I have played it on stream. I'm not sure if you've seen me playing it on stream. I've broken this game on stream. I'm not sure if you've seen me do it. You know? Have you seen me break Revengeance on stream? Give me a hyper, Lucy, if you remember me breaking the game on stream. You know? You remember the chase sequence at the start of the game? Well, in my game, the enemy got stuck. And I caught up to him. And he was just running in place. It's like, it's on the stream VOD. It should be on a stream VOD. You know? There's this chase sequence when you're chasing someone at the start of the game. And in my game, he literally just got stuck along the way, and I caught up to him, and, you know. And I had to leave him behind, I think, and proceed to the next cutscene. Oh my god. And then the music started glitching. That was like great. Those were great times. I think that was my first streaming on YouTube. You know? That was when I switched to YouTube. You can still find the stream VOD of it. It probably has Revengeance in the title as well. Those were the days. We still have to finish the game as well. We're on the last boss, I think. Some of the fights in that game were really annoying.
Ada? Where did she go?
Home. She went home. good old times. I'm just waiting for Prison Sunday to come here and debate me or talk to me about, after all, who has greater insight about Illuminati than I do? No one. I don't think. No one in the universe. No, we're still on the last boss. We still need to go back and actually properly finish it. Oh. It's easy to mistake us, we're both Polish, so you know. Basically part of the same hive mind. But yeah, I still have to properly finish it. True. Spreading his memes and creams. Spreading his memes and creams to Jack. Spreading my memes, spreading my creams. You're dead. And I'm fine. All right. Well, that was perfect. I don't need no ink ribbon. Well, that was worth it. All right. All right. We've done it. I don't know. It's like a thing that people say, no? Meme and cream. You don't like cream? You know, I actually ate pancakes yesterday and they had cream. They're insane and over the top, but it's good in Revengeance because that is the whole point of the game, you know? Like, it's not supposed to be, it's not treating itself as seriously as all the other Metal Gear games. And I think that's the whole point, you know? That is just like, it does have a pretty serious story, but it's also just a wild ride that it takes you on, you know? Game takes you on a wild, invites you to a wild ride. You know? Yeah, it's just a wild ride full of spectacle and stuff, you know? It's not really, in my opinion at least, supposed to be taken all that seriously. Does that make sense? Yeah, but I don't think anybody cared about his arc. I just think they wanted to play a really cool game where you can cut everything, you know? I think that was the point. What? Am I dead? Oh, I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much. Oh my god. Now I'm getting angry. Good game. We have to repeat the. Oh, now I'm angry. Yeah, it's Leon. I did it for Moha. I did it so that Moha could see me play as Leon more. Let's go. I died on purpose for Moha. You know? Was totally not because I suck. It was all part of my plan. I should play Metal Gear on stream as well. Okay, let's combine the herbs. It's true. This was all part of my plan. Well, very skilled for someone who is like experiencing his first day on the job. That is my main opinion of him. He sure is a pro for someone who's like on his first day on the job ever. Rose and Campbell getting into a real pseudo relation. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Let's go. I'm being followed. I'm being followed by a creepy dude. You know? Look. Wow. He's one of the cooler characters of Resident Evil. If you like Leon, wait till we get to Code Veronica game. You know, the one that people tend to forget about. That I never forget about. Well, the point of Metal Gear Solid 2 was also that you actually need real experience, and that training in VR is not enough to become a pro soldier. You know? At least from Snake's perspective. That was the point, that you cannot become a true soldier by just training in the VR. You need real experience and real danger. You know? Resident Evil 4?
Come on, let's
We're
go.
gonna play it. We're gonna play both the original and the remake, so look forward to that. Come on, let's go, Ada. Yeah, but when he meets Snake, he talks a lot about having experience because of having trained in the VR. And Snake gives him a lecture on VR isn't enough. And all those soldiers who just train in the VR, it's not enough, you know? Good old times. Being a soldier is like... Oh, my VTuber is stuck. Thank you for telling me. Hold on. Hold on to your butts, as President Sunday would say. Wait, is it stuck? It should not be stuck anymore. No, it's not stuck anymore. It unstuck itself. It's not stuck anymore. Wait, it shouldn't be stuck anymore. Alright, it's not stuck anymore. Oh my god. Okay, it's good now. You're gonna get stabbed for like the millionth time. I'm so sorry to subject you to this.
Ada,
I'm really sorry.
can you hear me? Come on,
No,
snap out of it.
and I won't snap out of it. My god. You snap out of it. See? See how that feels? To be told that? You snap out of it? No, 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 no. That's not... There's, there was a Game Boy remake of Metal Gear Solid 1 or something, and after the last level, the game tells you, congratulations, Jack, or something like that. Because Metal Gear Solid says that Raiden went through Shadow Moses in VR as Snake, you know? Raiden went through the same Shadow Moses mission in VR. And that is why in the Game Boy game, at the very end, the game tells you, congratulations, Jack, or something like that, you know? And that is where, you know, the Game Boy version is the VR for Raiden. I feel there is some truth to that. Like doing something for real and knowing there are consequences is different. True. You know? There was a thing in the Game Boy version of Metal Gear Solid 1, you know? Where at the end the game congratulates Jack for completing it. And it ties into how Raiden brags to Snake that he went through Shadow Moses in VR. You know? It's all connected. It's all connected in that way. have to check. Oh my god. Yeah. It was not called something. Oh, okay. It is Ghost Babel. It's in Japan, Ghost Babel. It's not canon. Isn't it canon like as VR missions for Raiden? I always thought that was canon as VR missions for Raiden. But I guess not. I guess I stand corrected. This is yeah. This is just not a smart thing for me to do. Remember, is that Raiden Arc shouldn't have been accepting being above solid as part of the deal, accepting being Jack Ripper. He was right. That is true. Maybe. Maybe. Cutscene time. Leon.
Welcome back.
True.
Hey, take it easy.
Welcome back.
We're inside
Unfortunately, your
Umbrella's secret
wound
lab.
is
I'll go find something to treat that
lethal and
wound,
you're gonna
so just
die.
rest here in the meantime.
But I'll only slow you down with these injuries. Go.
True.
Save yourself.
She's gonna slow me down.
Is it just me, or does everybody always ignore what I say? I told you, it's my job to look after you.
But you'll be in danger if you stay with me. I know I've only known you for a short period of time.
Oh no.
But I really enjoy being with you. I know I'm not capable of caring about anyone, but I don't want to lose you.
Aww.
We're leaving this place together.
We
Wait here
are?
for me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What happened? Oh, I hate this so much. Okay. Wait, something happened over here. Damn. As then Sunday's stream has a content warning. That is interesting. Is Solid Snake bisexual? If he is, then I did not know that. Certainly did not know that. Wait, hold on. Put away the wrong thing. We're gonna exchange. We're probably not gonna have time to watch any videos today, but we are going to watch it next time. It's like almost 3, no, it's 2:30 a.m. Cheats. I mean, he did pay by becoming old. Feels like army dudes have to be at least a little bit gay. Like else, why would you want to be around men all the time? True. Ah, thank you. Okay, we'll get to all of the things. This is embarrassing. I've just been dying a bunch. Resident Evil 2. We're gonna watch a whole lot of things, but next time we are prioritizing the research. We're killing those. Too bad. Excuse me. Free shots. The super shotgun. That's cheating. That's better. Gonna watch it. You know, watch it. Watch it. Like Crowder. We're gonna watch it. My gosh. It's gonna be a meme forever. A forever meme. A forever meme. True, but I'm stubborn and not very smart, so you know. You know me. That is why you like me and why you watch me. Because I'm stubborn and, you know. Also, I'm waiting. Oh my god. Also, I'm waiting for President Sunday to come in and debate me. You know? I'll be on till President Sunday debates me. Debate me. Come on. I'm waiting in the debate chair. True. Ducking. Get it? Ducking. True. My gosh. What a meme that is. President Sunday running away. Running away is when you get tired of people and just don't put up with them anymore. Like, that whole meme of President Randy was born out of the fact that a lot of people have this expectation that no matter what crap they give you, you have to put up with it and just stay, you know? That is how it was born. President Sunday was just did this thing that's not really expected in most circles. And when he, you know, doesn't want to entertain BS, he just leaves, you know? And that's not a thing that people usually do. Usually people stay and take it, you know? Which probably is not a thing that you should be doing. They don't. They sure don't. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I hope it makes sense what I'm saying. You know? Yeah, exactly. If the conversation is not going nowhere, why even, you know? Why entertain wasting time? And people were so salty about it. People were so, in fact, salty that they created the whole President Rande thing. Because I guess it's your duty to just stay whatever happens. Dead. Let's go. We're gonna get the MasterCard and we're gonna save the game. Yeah, that is true. That is a good point. They will. They will. And it's not. Oh, you can't understand President Sunday's words. Well, he is pretty academic in his delivery. Us? I'm not sure. Moho. Oh no, poisoned. Uh-oh. Yeah, head being poisoned. So we're gonna... Moho, did you see my face reveal? I bet you didn't even know I did the face reveal, did you? Yep, I'm dead because of the poison. I'm not gonna make it to the blue plants. Today is not very good for my Resident Evil, is it? I'm gonna die in front of those plants, aren't I? Okay, what do I do now? Oh my gosh, there are a few things that I could do. Okay, I am going to be forced to use a spray. Now I'm forced to use a spray. If I can even get to it. Nah, I don't think President Sunday's voice is bad. It's pretty nice. Don't be so mean to President Sunday. I owe a great debt to him. And also I need to send him a painting, just like I did to Demon Mama. Well, we're using the spray. Not gonna... I don't care about the score anymore. We're using the spray. Here we go. We could, but you know, we just use the spray. I am weak. I use the spray. I am a weakling. Yeah, I think his voice is nice. Plus, I wouldn't really There are a lot of people that criticize my voice. You know? Magnum rounds. Okay. I think I heard you say that there are 2 routes for both characters in this game. I seem to remember there only being 1 for each in the remake. I also didn't bother doing secrets if that's how you're supposed to unlock them. No. In the original, you have 4 playthroughs, 2 routes for each character. And in the remake, you just don't, you know? So they sort of dropped the ball when it comes to that in the remake. Plus, the remake actually does not have a proper scenario B, you know? A lot of what happens in scenario B does not happen in the remake. You will see. True. Oh, you'll see. There is a certain boss that was not part of the remake. You're gonna see him pretty soon, in fact. You're gonna see him. The whole sewer was made differently in the remake as well. Poisoned again. I never got poisoned as Claire, by the way. I never got poisoned as Claire. So I find your voice really calming, which is both good and bad. Good because it makes me very relaxed. Bad because I can listen to you while driving, since sometimes it makes me afraid I'll get drowned. Oh no! Well, I'm out. I'm out. Was my face very calming? Maho missed my face reveal, I think. Pretty sure Maho does not know. knew it. Ain't risking none of that. You probably have one of the nicest voices I've ever heard. Oh, wow. Thank you. I should tell that to Savvy, my voice coach. I should tell that to Savvy. Aren't all my streams ASMR streams technically? Some new static says that I actually work better as a on-camera streamer than as a VTuber. What is your opinion? What is your opinion on that? Why work better as a regular streamer or as a VTuber? Or is none of that true? But of course, I'm keeping the face for moments when I have big audiences, okay? It's true. Oh, I can save now. That's right. I can actually save now. Yes, the decision has been made that the face is saved for when there are a lot of viewers. Oh. True. I have the aesthetic of a President Sunday orbiter. True and real. You're right. Well, that does work with my voice. Oh my gosh, the giant moth. I actually feel like I had a lot of more ammo as Claire here. True. I'm creating the epic brand of Lucy Hazel. Oh yeah. Believe it or not, that is actually what is happening in a lot of the room where I stream. There are books behind books in that room, you know, that you saw on cam. Some shelves have 2 rows of books. Books behind books. What is this? Okay. Well, I think we've got the game in the bag. I think we've got this game in the bag. Books are great, but they take a lot of space. They do. And also you need time to read all of them. Those are the two things that you need. Space and time. Time and space. Super Magnum. Oh. It looks unique. Okay. I guess it does. I do like physical books. And physical books in Japanese are especially beautiful. The font is really elegant. You know? True. It makes for a light novel stream. Oh my god. Screw you. At least I'm not poisoned. That's good. Gonna get a weapon. And we're gonna go to the power room. If you streamed, you would have done the same aesthetic. You would join the Legion of President Sunday Orbiters. Wait. But I've already done this with both Claire and Leon. What? I've done this with Claire. What the hell? I've done the fingerprint with Claire in scenario A. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm really salty. And always practice with me since I'm not so bad with Japanese. Not that bad. Should practice more, but true. We're gonna save along the way. We're not gonna risk it. For the biscuit. And Claire's. You play as Claire. The game basically orders you to go here. Oh my god.
You murdered my husband. I know what you're looking for. You came for the G-Virus, didn't you?
No.
You'll never take it from me. This is my husband's legacy. Now, where's that spy you were working with earlier? You know who I'm talking about.
What?
You really don't know anything, do you?
No.
You're so gullible. She's one of the operatives sent here by the agency. The only reason why she came here is to obtain the G-Virus.
That's a lie.
No, it's the truth. I discovered this when I did a background check on her. She specifically got close to John and became his girlfriend to get information about Umbrella.
That can't be. I know her. Ada wouldn't do something like that.
It's still much better than in the first game.
If you don't want to believe it, I don't really care. You're about to die anyway.
Wait, do I have to fight him here? That's okay, I've got the super magnum. Actually not okay fighting him. Leon's not a murderer. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna save now. Almost at the end of the game. We're dangerously low on ammo. True, there is no good way to translate poetry. Basically, we just need to make new stuff up. Normal difficulty. There's easy and normal. There are no other difficulties. Well, you don't always need to make stuff up in translation. Poetry is a bit different, you know? Because it has wordplay and a lot of other things like that. In translation, you can basically just make a direct translation and it will be okay.
Run! Ada!
Oh my god.
Ada!
Oh damn. She showed him. See, this is not in the remake.
Leon, please.
Oh yeah.
Escape.
No. We're a team. I can't just leave you behind.
They're
I'm just a woman.
oh my god.
Fell in love with you. Nothing more.
Ada. No.
Check her pulse.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
I'm Polish. I'm not
I'll
American.
always remember you. Goodbye, Ada.
Well, not always. You're not always losing information and adding some. That's not. That depends on the translation. Some translation requires you to retain 100% of information. You know? A very specific translation. A legal translation, you know? Or yeah, mostly for legal purposes. You just cannot afford to lose information and add information when making a very specific translation for legal purposes. Okay. Check her pulse. She's alive in the other games. Also, yeah, this is not in the remake. And that music is not in the remake. And this is not in the remake.
Leon, you made it.
Claire? Is that you? Where are you?
I can see you on the monitor. But never mind that right now. Leon, you have to go back and get Sherry for me. I left her in the security office. Please, you must save her.
Wait a second. What are you gonna do? Where are you going?
I still have a few loose ends to take care of. I'm counting on you.
Hello?
It does.
Claire, are you there? Claire! The security office?
Well, the game showed me in case, you know. This music is not in the remake. It's DLC, so you need to download it. Override. Oh. Polish and Ukrainian, for example, share 70% of vocabulary. Is only one person watching? That's impossible. It's literally impossible. Strange.
Sherry? I've come to get you out of here. Claire's waiting for you.
Prepare for a couple of bosses in a row.
Just rest here for now. Claire should be back soon.
Okay, let's get all of the things that I need. We're saving, of course. Hello, Maya. I will save. Oh yeah, by the way. You ask if you need to save with ink ribbons even on normal. You need to do that even on easy and the old school Resident Evil games. There is no game mode in which you don't need the ribbons at all. You even need them on easy. Just so you know. There's no game mode in which you do not need them to save at all. They're an integral part of the game. You know? Oh, you usually have tons of them. So. True. Oh. If you want to go for the high score, you also need to not save. Let's prepare for the boss.
Minutes until detonation.
God damn. True. They unlock. You don't really have high scores. You have like a score. You have S, A, B, and depending on your score, you unlock costumes and bonuses. Oh, for you unlock bonuses and secrets based on your score. But I don't really need a high score because we're gonna be moving on to Resident Evil 3 after this, so I don't even know why I care about this score. Considering that. There's gonna be a boss here now. Basically Tyrant again. See? Tyrant. Just like in Resident Evil 1. Even has claws like Resident Evil 1. Even moves like in Resident Evil 1.
Here, use this. Ada, is that you? Ada!
Oh, screw you. Why did I do that?
Game over.
Game over. Umbrella got so salty that two tyrants got killed with a rocket launcher that they equipped the next one with a rocket launcher. You know? This is how salty the Umbrella Corporation was about the whole thing. True. Game over. Oh no. I would cry if that happened. go. Well, the game is not really over yet. Imagine running out of time here. True. Like in Undertale, was it?
Sherry's unconscious.
I have the antidote. If I give it to her.
Claire, what's happening?
Not now. Come on, Sherry, wake up. Wake up. Please wake up.
So rude.
Claire? Where am I?
It worked!
Oh, Sherry.
It
You're
worked.
gonna be okay.
It worked.
It's over.
No. I have to find my
It's
brother.
literally not over.
This is just the beginning.
True. It's literally not over.
Goodbye, Ada.
Not now. So mean. Leon is not as pretty in that cutscene, by the way. Just gonna put it out there. His face
What
looks
was
weird
that?
in the cutscenes. You're about to be shocked.
Warning, biohazardous outbreak imminent. The emergency system has been activated. This train will detonate. Repeat,
My
this
God.
train will detonate.
What's wrong?
I don't know. The door won't open.
You'll find out. I don't think this is in the remake either, by the way. Is this in the remake? I'm not sure. Is this part in the remake? Well, I'm sorry, the CGI technology was not all that great back then. Looks like a slug. Last boss. Super Magnum. That's it. There we go. Done. Melt. I'm actually glad we've decided to go for the originals and not just the remakes. Okay, let's go.
Warning, warning. The self-destruct system has been activated. Each train compartment will detonate sequentially. Repeat, each train compartment will detonate sequentially.
Claire! Stop the train!
I can't. The door to the control room is locked. Claire, what is this? Stay back.
This is not good.
Leon, where are you?
Wonderful.
Sherry? What are you doing? We have to stop the train, right? I can do it. But come and get me. I'm right here. Which one's the right switch? Maybe this one?
Sherry!
Leon! Ah! I can't hold on.
Push the switch over there!
Got it!
There we go. Right?
Finally,
Actually-
the exit.
We're actually
You all
finished
right?
the
I'm
game.
okay.
Where's Claire? Claire? Claire!
Right here.
We might start Resident Evil 3 today after all.
They just won't quit. Come on, we have to get out of here. Run!
It got scared at the end. The eye got like,
So-
"Yoop."
It's finally over. Sherry, you look terrible.
No worse than you, Claire.
Come on, time to leave.
Now? What's wrong? Is something following us?
We have to go. We don't have any time to waste.
I need to
No,
be trained for a super
Hey.
soldier.
It's up to us to take out Umbrella.
Oh my gosh, it's so cool. This is the lead up to Code Veronica, you know? For some reason, Capcom pretends that Code Veronica never happened and says in Resident Evil 4 that they just trained him to be a super soldier after Resident Evil 2. Okay, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Toilet! True. No, it's not over. He did say that they had to take on Umbrella, right? I'm gonna be back. Plus, they did say that it's just the beginning. It's just over in this game. BRB. We got the ranking C because we used the. Uh, we got the C because we used the spray. By the way, the spray cost us one thing. Well, 1 point. Oh yeah. By Resident Evil 4, Umbrella is finished. By Resident Evil 4, Umbrella is not a thing anymore. You know? Pretty sure you defeat Umbrella in Code Veronica, actually. You know? In Resident Evil 4, it's like Umbrella is just gone as a company. Okay, let me see. We're gonna start the new Resident Evil. They made it much cooler in Resident Evil 4, which we're gonna play the original as well as the remake. Okay. We're starting a new journey. I'm prepared. Basically, like in 4, there's an like someone's using a virus. Like people are using Umbrella's stuff basically. In 4 and 5 cleans up Wesker. In 5, Wesker is the main bad. Alright, this Resident Evil actually introduced a whole lot of nice stuff. And this Resident Evil has better cinematics than Resident Evil 2. I might play it with a friend, but the friend is not having an easy situation, so I probably will play it. Hard mode, easy mode. There's nothing in between. There's only hard or easy.
Resident Evil.
No, it doesn't, sadly. You will have to wait for Code Veronica if you want more Leon. Code Veronica has Leon in it.
An ordinary day in September. An ordinary day in Raccoon City. A city controlled by Umbrella. No one dared to oppose them, and that lack of strength would ultimately lead to their destruction. I suppose they had to suffer the consequences of their actions, but there would be no forgiveness. If only they had had the courage to fight. It's true that once the wheels of justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing.
The story of Free doesn't make sense in my
It was
opinion.
Raccoon City's last chance, and my last chance. My last escape.
Like, Resident Evil 3 really is a, oh, I see you're leaving Moha. Resident Evil 3's plot is weird because in 2, you find Chris's letter in which it says that Chris and Jill left for the Umbrella headquarters. So why is Jill still in Raccoon City here? Chris and Joe left before the outbreak of the zombies in Raccoon City. It's clearly said that is clearly said in Resident Evil 2. You know? So actually, Resident Evil 3 breaks the storyline. Because Jill is supposed to not be here. And Code Veronica was supposed to be Resident Evil 3. You know? You understand what I'm saying? As Vosh says, you understand what I'm saying? Well, whatever. It's a fun game to play, so maybe I shouldn't complain too much. But they really... Why does Capcom ignore Code Veronica, the best game? That is the real mystery. Code Veronica is better than Nemesis. 100%. They have added a lot of nice...
September 28th.
True.
Daylight. The monsters have overtaken the city.
Daylight.
I'm still alive.
It looked like night to me, but not like daylight.
Okay, we've got to get out of here.
What? What do you think you're talking about? I just lost my daughter out there. How dare you tell me to go back outside?
I'm sorry about your daughter, but there isn't gonna be any rescue. We have to get out of here.
No! I'm not going anywhere.
Oh.
I'd rather starve to death in here than be eaten by one of those undead monsters.
Oh no.
Now leave me alone!
They added a lot of stuff in this game that's not in any other game. True. Well, I like it actually. I actually like it, even gameplay wise. It is a simple game, but it's not bad. Look. Reloading tool. You use powder. Let's... Game instruction A. Game instructions, this explains about various actions. Look, they decided to add a tutorial this time around. We hope you improve your chances to survive. Shooting objects. You may get different reactions from shooting objects, such as drums and bombs. Press the R2 button to aim directly at these objects. You can perform quick 180-degree turns. Press the run button while retreating. They added this in this game. Emergency escape. When you're trapped by enemies, you can push them away to escape. Press the directional button, action button, cancel button, run button, and run and do buttons rapidly. Just before an enemy attacks, you can perform a dodge move to evade it. Press the R1 or R2 buttons. Press the action button while aiming. We can get off certain objects that appear in the game. Okay. Oh, you can choose. That's interesting. You'll be You'll be able to choose options. To create various ammunition, you need to use the reloading tool and gunpowder. This is a necessary item if you want to create different types of ammunition. By combining the gunpowder and reloading tool, the various types of ammunition will be created. Mix materials to create various types of ammunition. There are 3 types of basic gunpowder, A, B, and C. Please note that gunpowder C is created by mixing A and B types. You can create various kinds of bullets by mixing the different gunpowders. There are 3 different kinds of gunpowders now. Oh my god. If you combine a certain type of gunpowder with grenade rounds, special types of grenade rounds will be created. Oh. Oh, this is interesting. And also not a thing in any other Resident Evil. I mean, that's why people like this game so much, because it added a lot of innovative things to the game. Like, my favorite is the quick turn. Oh, that's useful. Might as well. We're not going for the high score or anything.
I told you! I'm not leaving! Never!
Oh my god.
Just get away from me.
Oh my god. Okay, calm down. Are we going now? Never. Never say never. As they said in that famous animated movie, An American Tale. Oh, we can save the game. Oh, we might as well create some ammo. My proficiency does grow. Never. Careful, I see zombies here. Go downstairs and can suddenly sprint for. Oh. Wow. It's okay. We're gonna. I've got a lot of new tools as well, so it's okay. I'm gonna discard it. What's in here? What's in there? Uh-oh. Oh, no, I have not seen anything. I have not said anything super important quite yet. Wow, the pistol feels extremely light. Okay, I want to see what's in here. Oh no. Oh. Wait, really? I will. Oh my gosh. Guess it was a good choice to come here. I like the gameplay of Drakengard. The weapons feel weird in this one. The weapons feel weirdly light in this one. I'm not sure how to explain it. Like in Resident Evil 2, it felt like weapons packed more of a punch. And by that I mean sort of you felt like the ricochet, sort of. And here it feels like it's super light. Still not sure how to explain it. I screwed up. But it's super late, so it's okay. Jesus. Oh no.
Get away!
Brad, hang in there. Why
True.
isn't someone doing something about this?
I didn't know you were still alive, Jill.
Well, I am.
The police aren't trained for this kind of situation.
Uh-oh.
What could they do?
They can die.
Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
Oh no.
What are you saying?
Oh, you're gonna die.
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
There is escape. I'm gonna escape by winning. I really hate that the lighter takes up space in your... And I don't even have the lockpick anymore. Not even the master of unlocking. Following explanation is printed on the backside. Landmarks. I mean, The rule is if you have plot armor, if you're one of the main characters, then you don't get infected. That is like the rule of the game, the rule of Resident Evil, the rule of cool. If you are one of the main characters, then you're safe from the plague. You know, as long as you're one of the main characters, you're safe. It's the main rule of this game. Oh my god. Okay, it will unfreeze soon because it seems that it's unfrozen on the... It seems to be unfrozen on the OBS, so it should unfreeze. Okay, now. Thank you. We might be finishing stream soon. Since I promised Mom to visit her. So, I have to bring her some shampoo. You know? Life is not great when you don't have shampoo. Did you know that? You know how annoying life is without a shampoo? Oh, my mouth is not moving. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna save soon, so it's okay. Then we're gonna have to finish. Observe what's about to happen now. This. Photo A. Policemen are pressing forward. It's dated September 27th. Those little hints. Where do I go now? Oh. Oh. That's interesting. Oh, this game actually has a lot of interesting new things to do. That's actually pretty cool. Starting to see why this game is so popular. I think that might have been the safe spot right there. Is this a safe room? Yep. I know those games too well now. Oh my god. I know those games so well now. Can just smell a safe room now. Just smell it out. You know, I'm like, I have a feeling this particular door might lead to a safe room. Correctamundo. So we're saving. We're gonna finish the stream for today. How long have we been streaming today? 7 hours, basically. 6 hours 55 minutes is like, okay, it's more like 6 hours 58 minutes. So basically 7 hours. So thank you all for coming. Love and solidarity. And I will see you. Okay? I will see you all. Love and solidarity. And next stream is the research stream. Okay? The big research stream. So please look forward to that. I want to press. Thank you. Thank you very much. To do some shopping for her.